aanbod dat jy kan kom.
That's correct, my lord.
Your evidence, just one moment. Where's the rest of this? Where's the key? The confession. Just give me a moment to take everything out that I'm going to need. Of course, you will realize yesterday afternoon we had lots of newspapers that I had in my hand, and stuff found its way into my file differently. Thank you. Sorted.
Thank you, Manu.
So we're going to Exhibit V. Yes, thank you.
That was Exhibit B, you know,
V. V for Venus. That's a statement of Kolekile Ngoma.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, you see. Thank you, my lord. The reason why I introduced this statement because you insist that the occurrence of the police bucky that was there was on the 18th Sunday, 18th of February 2024.
De rede waarom ek die verklaring aanhandig is in restaan dat die gebeurtenis van die 18de so Sondag gebeur het.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, before I carry on with the statement, I just want to ask you one or two questions. When you saw the police bucky, there was a park standing still somewhere.
Ek het die polisie pakkie sien. Hy het stilgestaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you able to say where exactly on that road there, you know, from Mr. Poller's house, there's the canal, we all know that now, a piece of open ground, and there's the Middleports Road. Where was the bucky considering that area now?
En hierdie area het verband met dit wat ek het genoem het waar so die bakkie geparkeer was. Waar was die bakkie gewees?
Die bakkie het gestaan by die grondgedeelte oorkant Kawas.
It was stationary on the gravel path on the other side of Kawash.
Are you sure about that? Or?
Is jy seker daarvan?
That's correct, my lord.
The detective is Kolekile Ngoma, and on his second page, do you have a copy there with you?
Het jy 'n kopie van afgeskryf van?
That's correct, you get meneer.
Can you see the statement? And on the right-hand side top it says A72.
Kan jy aan die regterkant sê dit is geskryf hier AC72?
That's correct, my lord.
And then his name, Kolekile Ngoma.
Dat dan verskyn sy naam Kolekile Ngoma.
That's correct, my lord.
If you page to the second page,
As ek kan oorgaan in die tweede bladsy,
there's a first paragraph on top, and then the second paragraph, it's not numbered, it starts on Saturday 2024-02-17. I went to Saldanha following the information about Buta.
That's correct, my lord.
And then he gives a time there about 9 o'clock or around there, but it was still in the morning of the 17th.
hy gee tyd aan die oggend so by 9 uur. Dat was sê op die oggend van die 17de wat hy nou van praat.
That's correct, my lord, ek sien.
Volgens sy verklaring. I can see that, my lord.
Do you accept that he was there on the 17th?
Sal u aanvaar dat hy die 17de daar was?
Nee, my lord, dit was die 18de meneer.
Nou it was the 18th.
If you go to the next page, the rest of that page just deals with Stephanus showing the detective where Buddha lives.
Volgende bladzijde gaan wijs waar Stefanus die spelers ook geweest het waar in verband met die voorval.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now the detective says that he parked his bakkie at the car wash.
Die speler zei het zat een pakket bij de car wash.
He specifically said he asked an African male who was busy washing the vehicle in the car wash next to the main street to park the bakkie there in his car wash.
Hij zei toen een persoon gevraagd daar, dat het Afrikaan manspersoon was, wat bezig was met de car wash, alsof hij dat daar kan parkeren.
Do you have a comment about that?
Enige commentaar daaromtrent?
Dat is correct, my lord. Soos ek gezien het meneer was, daar weet ik niet van een pakje wat PK was geweest, wat hulle sê is wat een spelerpakje is, wat bij Boeta geweest het, die pakje het aan de kant K was gestaan, die tijd dat ik naar Boeta zijn toe gegaan het.
What I can remember and know, my lord, I didn't see any car wash parking, detective parking next to the car wash, but I can see on my way to Boeta's house, the car wash was standing, the car park was standing on the other side of the car wash.
I'll ask you more questions this now. I just want to quickly deal with this. In the next paragraph, I don't want to read the whole paragraph, but it says, I took a walk to the shack directed to me by Mr. Narrators. On arrival at the shack...
That's the next page.
That's
page 3 of 7,
yes.
The middle paragraph.
Yes, the middle paragraph. That's after where he spoke about the car wash and the parking of his
Volgende paragraaf sê hy is toe na 'n hokkie toe wat aan hom uitgewys was deur meneer Reuters.
Then he explains where the house is of Mr. Apollo and accused 3.
Hy het toe gestel, wat toe verder in waar hy so geleef was van beskuldigde 1 en 3.
Then he says, I met up with a colored male and I introduced myself and told that colored male I was there in the shack, in the shack looking for Buddha.
Hy sê toe 'n kleerling man toe het in die pad ontmoet of daarheen, hy het toe gesê op soek na 'n kleerling man met naam van Buddha.
And the colored male replied saying he was Buddha.
Kleerling ou het toe gesê hy is Buddha.
Then he gives evidence, says he spoke to Buddha and told him about the information.
Hy het toe met Buddha gepraat en was in verband met die inligting.
And Buddha did not deny. He said he knows Mr. Reuters. He once worked for him in his farm.
Hy het toe nie die inligting gestryd daaroor, maar hy het gesê hy ken maar Reuters het al op 'n sekere stadium van Reuters op sy plaas gewerk.
And then the detective says, since I was not quite sure if he was the exact Buddha I was looking for, I asked him if can he walk with me to the bakkie.
Aangezien ek nie geweet het dat dit die regte Boeta sê, het hom toe gevra om te stap na die bakkie.
On the page 4, then it goes on. I must read it in together with me to the bakkie there on the main street.
Op die main pad.
And I will drive with him to the farm. I can't make out the name of the farm.
Ek sou toe met hom ry tot op die plaas, maar ek kan nie die plaas se naam onthou nie.
It's Tembelishli.
Tembelishli, thank you, Marani.
Tembelishli farm.
I see that it's not it's Tembelishli.
The name appears at another place in the statement earlier on where I could make it out.
Thank you, Maro.
So the farm belongs to Mr. Reuters. Mr. Reuters lives opposite the police station. And he was there with his bakkie, his farm bakkie, to show, and he parked on that gravel spot. And then the police officer asked Ayanda, to says the person at the car wash, which of the places is Buddha's, and he showed it out to him, and then he saw he couldn't drive there.
Yes.
It's parts you skipped, but
Yes.
he saw he couldn't drive there because of that little canal, the stream, and then he walked there, and then he got there, spoke to Buddha. Buddha told him, no, I used to work for Mr. Reiters,
Indeed.
but he didn't pay me, but Mr. Reiters had left by then.
Thank you, Malone.
So then Buddha, they went to the bakkie so that Buddha can drive with him to the farm to confirm.
I'll just put that
Yeah.
to her then. You understand what his lordship now
We
said?
don't have to go via Vredenburg to get to Middelport. Go straight up. Diaz Road, yeah.
Understand. I was in that area.
Okay.
The next paragraph, unmarked paragraph, says, we went to the bakkie, drove to Tembelitle farm, where he showed me Mr. Reiter's farm where he worked.
Ons is toe bakkie toe gery na Tembelitle plaas waar hy gewerk het. Hy het op die plaas toe uitgewys.
And then he says, I did not drive with him inside the farm. I stopped outside and left him in the bakkie and went inside the farm to talk to Mr. Reiters because I wanted Mr. Reiters to confirm to me if was the guy inside the bakkie the same Buddha he informed me about, of which Mr. Reiters
Ek het
confirmed.
achtergelaat in die bakkie, ek het nie saam met hom in die plaas ingegaan. Ek is toe na meneer Reiters toe. Dan Reiters bevestig of die persoon in die bakkie dieselfde Boeta is wat hy van melding gemaakt het.
Now, I don't want to read the whole affidavit, but it follows then after that, since Mr. Reiter sent some pictures, this detective says he sent, Mr. Reiter sent him some pictures of tacky footprints.
Die speler sê dat
Mr. Reiter sent the detective some tacky footprint pictures.
So what is the question? You've given
I'm
read
going
the
to ask,
statement of portions to the witness, but where's the question?
I'm going to get to the important part now, my lord.
Okay, so
There
then
is some of them. The detective then says, I drove back to Butta's shack with him. And then they both walked to the shack. And then the detective says, on arrival at the shack, he took me inside the shack and showed me his 2 pairs of tackies he had. Then he says there was no one inside the shack. Now, you were there and you saw the detective, although you say it was the 18th. It is, my client, Mr. Apollo, says it was the 17th, and this detective says it was the 17th. You were there, you saw the detective.
die was daar gewees en die speler gesien.
Who else was there? You were there now. You saw Butta there. Who else did you see there?
Wie anders het jy daar gesien? Wie anders was daar gewees? Die van Boeta daar gesien, wie anders was daar gewees?
Was het nou bij de huis of was het nou bij die bakkie geweest?
By the house at the shack.
En daar is,
Het was Kiali
het was Kelly,
en dat was ik geweest
myself,
en dat was Nilo geweest
Nilo,
en dat was Rico en dat was die kinders, Joshlin en dat was iedere cel daar gezien bij de huisje.
Riquan, Joshlin, but I didn't see Rachel at the house.
That when you were there also, you didn't see Joshlin and Requin and Rochelle?
Yes,
No,
Joshlin
that's
and
what she
Rachel.
said.
I'm asking, my lord.
She said
Did she
saw
say Rochelle?
Joshlin and Requin. She did not see Rochelle.
Oh, thank you, my lord. So you saw Joshlin and Requin, but not Rochelle.
Dat is
Die
correct,
het
maar
Thank you.
gesien, Joshlin en Riquan, nie van Rachel.
You know, the detective goes on and says, on arrival at the shack, he took me inside the shack, showed me his 2 pairs of tackies. There was no one inside the shack.
Die speler sê ons is toe na sy huis toe. Hy het toe met ons is toe in die huis in, waar hy met 2 paar tekens gewys het. Daar was niemand anders in die huis nie.
When you were there, according to your evidence, you didn't go in the shack.
Toe u daar was, volgens die getuienis, u was nie binne nog nie.
ik was hier alles in huis, dus allemaal bij het kan gestaan die tijd dat Boeta en die man in huis gaan.
We were not inside the house. All of us were standing outside the time when Buddha and this man entered the shack.
Was there anybody else with you there?
Was daar iemand anders met die daar geweest?
En nee, er was net oors geweest. Die man het ingegaan, Boeta het buitenkant gestaan bij die dier.
No, the man went inside, Buddha stand at the door.
So the only two women in your evidence, or according to your evidence, is yourself and the accused 3, Kelly.
Volgens de getuigenis was hij daar geweest in beschuldiging nummer 3.
Dat is
Vrouwmensen.
daar was er nog andere vrouwmensen geweest. Er was net ik en Kelly.
There were no other women there, it was only myself and Kelly.
See, what I find strange is that this detective, who only came there for the chicken complaint, he says, we moved out of the shack when he now took the takis, so I can look around the shack for any feathers, bones, whatsoever. Then he says, while going outside, coming out of the shack now, 2 ladies just arrived.
Hy sê toe hulle uitkom het hulle rondgekyk vir enige vere of enige bene, maar op 'n stadium het 2 dames opgedaag.
Carries on and says, it was a black and a colored lady. One was carrying a small baby.
2 dames, een was 'n swart vrou en een was 'n colored vrou geweest en een van hulle het 'n kind gedra. 'n Baba gedra.
You had your babies there.
Die het die babas weggehaal.
Ik heb mijn kinders bij mij gehad.
I had my children with me.
Then the detective asked Bhutta who was his wife among those ladies, and Bhutta replied by pointing to the lady who was a far distance, plus minus 100 meters, plus minus 100 meters away, down the row of shacks, as his wife.
Hy vra toe vir Buddha wie sou sy vrou was. Buddha het toe 'n persoon uitgewys wat so 100 meter van sy huis af weg was.
Does that ring a bell? Was Kelly, did you see that Kelly was 100 meters away from the shack?
Klink dit reg of hy was Kelly so 100 meter van die hokkie af?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Then the detective told Bhutta to call his wife, and which he did, and then the detective said, I didn't bother about those 2 ladies as they remained there in front of the shack.
Hy vra toe vir Buddha om sy vrou te laat kom, maar hy sê het eintlik gewaar oor die 2 vrouens wat daar voor die hokkie bly staan het.
And then he says, obviously I must finish the sentence. I didn't bother about those 2 ladies as they remained there in front of the shack while I walked towards the lady whom Bhutta showed me as his wife.
Toe ek op pad was om te stap na die dame wat Buddha sou uitgewys het as sy vrou.
Do you recall, would you agree with that, or would you say he's wrong?
Sal jy daarmee saamstem of gaan jy sê is verkeerd?
Dat is verkeerd, meneer.
It's wrong.
So, Mr. Adamson,
Yes, my lord.
were there now 3 women?
Yes, my lord. I just was going to put it to her now. In my understanding, there were 3 women. His wife was 100 meters away.
Well, you
There's a
know,
woman carrying a baby.
I'm not so sure. If this witness doesn't testify and clarify this, I don't know how to read the statement. Because he says after he was going to search for the feathers and the bones,
Yeah.
right? They came out, there were 2 women. He described them as he chose to describe them by giving them labels. I will not repeat that.
Which he said just arrived, my lord.
No. And he then says in this statement, I then asked him to point out which of the 2 is your wife.
My lord, no.
Now, when they arrived, we don't have the distance. We know because they arrived, the one was carrying a small baby. Buddha pointed, because now he's speaking about the 2 women. He doesn't say that in the context of this, He doesn't say, no, he didn't point to any one of them. He pointed a third person. You want me just to read in that there was a third person. You can put the statement to the witness, ask her to comment on what is written here. She's already said, no, it wasn't like that. But when he says plus minus 100 meters, what do I make of it? Because you would have seen yesterday with the previous witness, we asked her to point out the distance. When we looked at the exact measurements, on the guesstimate that we made, it was about double that. So I'm going to allow you to put the contents of the statement to her and for her to comment on it. But that's as far as we're going with this statement.
Yes, I did.
Isn't the most important, Mr. Harmse, isn't the most important part, because in the context as I'm reading it, when she saw the bakkie, that was on the second occasion. That's after Mr. Reiters had left already.
Yes.
And they've come back, because that's when they went to search inside the shack, as they call it, a shack. And I'm just using that term because that's how it's used here. I prefer to call a person's home a house or a home. But it's then consistent with a few tweaks here or there. Isn't the most important point that the description given by this person in the statement confirms that he was there, and in general terms confirms that she may have been there, but the important part, it wasn't that Sunday. It was in fact on the Saturday that he states under oath.
My Lord, I just want to carry on the next page, page 6. There is more description of the ladies, and in the part that I want to come to, is that, may I put this to the witness, my Lord?
Yeah,
Please,
where on page 6?
Page 6, the second paragraph. The second paragraph says, at that moment, Bhutta was not, or was no, with me and his wife. With me and his wife. He was standing there next to the shack with those two ladies.
Volgende moment was Bhutta niet meer het mij nie. En zijn vrouw was het bij mij gestaan. Bhutta het bij die andere twee dames gestaan, langs aan hierdie huis.
Do you see that?
Kan je dat zien?
That's correct, my lord.
I see that, my lord.
Do you agree with me that from reading this, he indicates that it was Bhutta's wife and other two ladies?
Volgens wat ik nog gelezen heb van de verklaring, stem je samen met mij dat was Bhutta's vrouw en andere twee dames.
Nee, my lord, ik stem niet samen.
I don't agree, my lord.
Then the next paragraph, and this is the last thing I want to point out, is that his statement then further goes on to say that he walked with Bhutta back to the bakkie and he took Bhutta's statement.
Hij zei toe is terug met Bhutta naar de bakkie, waar hij de verklaring van Bhutta geneem het.
So putting aside whether it was the 17th or the 18th, according to his statement, Bhutta had walked with him to his bakkie twice. The first time when they drove off and the second time when he went to take his statement at the bakkie.
Ongeacht van die datum, 17 of 18, maar hij Boeta's 2 keer naar Boeta's naar zijn bakkie toe. De eerste keer toen hij Boeta naar de bakkie toe was, hij teruggereden naar de plaats toe. Die tweede keer dat hij teruggegaan naar waar hij was, toen Boeta de verklaring voor hem gegeven. Ongeacht van die datums.
Your comments on that, comparing that with your evidence that you never mentioned that Boeta went to the bakkie. Sorry, I apologize, my lord. You did say Boeta went to the bakkie and he stayed there for 30 minutes.
Hij had gezegd Boeta is terug naar die bakkie waar hij daar voor het van 30 minuten was.
So what I'm putting to you is that if you were there and you had noticed Boeta had gone to the bakkie twice. The first time when they drove off, and the second time, which is probably the time that took 30 minutes when the detective took his statement.
No, Mr. Harmson. You can't say to her, if you were there, you would have noticed both occasions.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the context of the sequence of events, when she arrived, the detective was already at the house.
Yes, my lord.
Right.
That's right.
And he only left once. So there's the possibility, but you haven't checked it with a witness, that the detective was there earlier and left with him to the farm, came back, and they were already at the shack when she arrived. On this statement, the sequence of events. Because remember, I'm going to repeat it for the last time.
Yeah.
He says, I went, met Mr. Reiters, I didn't know where the place was. He parked on that gravel spot, he showed me, and then he left. Mr. Reiters left. I asked the gentleman at the car wash, he pointed the place. I went there, introduced myself. Boeta identified himself as Boeta. He gave me an explanation. We went to the bakkie, we left. We came back. Because now I wanted to go check whether he has any tackies that matches the footprint on the picture that was sent to the standby phone. It's all in the statement. You didn't cover that. Because Mr. Reiters had sent pictures of footprints of a tacky to the standby phone, but he didn't have the standby phone with him. So Mr. Apollo showed him 2 pairs of tackies. He couldn't do the comparison. And when they came out, because in that same process he was looking for maybe feathers or bones. When they came out, that's when the 2 ladies were there, the one with the child.
Yes.
Now, according to this witness's evidence, that's when she arrived there. So clearly, she arrived there when they were already back from the farm.
I see the possibility of that, my lord.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's it's of no moment.
I will leave the rest for argument.
And the importance is, yes, were there 2 or 3 women? 1 point. And the date. Because remember, this witness describes the sequence of events on that Sunday leading up to the evening.
Yes.
And your point is, Ms. Lombard, this police officer says it wasn't the Sunday, it was the Saturday that he was there. In connection with the chickens. Do you have a comment on that?
Hierdie speurder sê hy was daar gewees in verband met hierdie storie oor die hoenders die Saterdag. Enige kommentaar daarop?
Die tijd wat ik gegaan het om naar Kellen Boeta's huis toe.
The time when I went around to Kellen Buta's house,
Het daar 'n bakkie gestaan aan de kant die kanaal, by die grondgedeelte.
There was a bakkie stationary on the other side of the canal,
Okay,
on the gravel side.
Maar ek het gewaar van die bakkie wat daar staan. Ek is om na Kelly se huis toe.
I didn't really care about the bakkie standing there. I went around to Kelly's house.
Toe sien ek 'n man praat met Boeta.
Then I saw men standing with Buddha.
En ek hoor die gesels dat hulle gehad het.
Ms. Lombard, just listen to my question.
Kan u
Just
net
answer the question.
vraag aan lees asseblief?
I've only asked you about the date
Ek het net vir u gevra oor die datum
Dis
and the day of the week.
en die dag van die week.
dis korrek, my lord.
Are you still saying it was the Sunday?
Bly u nog staan dat u so sê dit was 'n Sondag?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Now, I don't want to upset you
Ek wil nie u
or
ontsteld maak
get your guard up unnecessarily.
of u probeer.
I take it it's the first time that you testify in a court.
Ek sal aanvaar dat dit die eerste keer is wat u in hof getuig.
I'll accept that.
Ek sal dit aanvaar.
But what will happen at the end of the case
Wat moet gebeur op einde van hierdie saak?
is that the defense will argue
Dat die verdediging sal betoog.
that you didn't answer the questions
U het nie vraag antwoord nie.
and you were going on long tangents
U het op lang verhale gegaan.
because it's one of the factors that I might have to consider determining your credibility.
Dit is een van die feite wat ek moet besef, u geloofwaardigheid.
So do yourself a favor,
Kan u vir uself 'n guns
listen to the question.
luister na die vraag.
If you don't understand the question,
As u die vraag anders verstaan,
ask for it to be clarified
vra dat dit verduidelik moet word.
and then just simply answer the question.
Na dit moet u eenvoudig die vraag antwoord.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Dis korrek, my lord.
I
Ek
understand.
verstaan.
Thank you, Mr. Aramson.
And then just for the sake of completeness, my lord, I just want to put to her, so you maintain, or you can answer or comment, you maintain that it was only you when you got there. You saw Buddha, you saw Kelly, and there was nobody else with you there, no other women.
O u bly staan dat die u daar op dat was u, Kelly en Boeta, net u en Kelly, geen ander vrouwmensen.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
So I've put the statement aside now.
Yeah,
Okay.
your lordship has it, I'm finished with it. Now, your evidence after that, after the police bucky and all that, your evidence continued in chief.
Just one moment. Right, I'm with you.
Thank you, my lord. Your evidence proceeds then, and you told this court that Buddha had sy sak gevat. You suggested, your evidence said that you advised Buddha because Kelly was annoyed that he must take his bag and take a walk.
U het gesê eerder in getuienis, toe Kelly begin moeilik praat, het u toe aan Boeta gesê dat hy die sak moet gaan vat en draai op.
Dis korrek, my lord.
And then directly after that, your evidence led that Nilo also arrived there.
U getuienis sê dan verder, Nilo het daar opgedag.
Let me rephrase that. Your evidence said that Nilo also sat there at the back,
Nilo
on the
het
corner
daar
of the
gesit,
house.
Op die agterkant van die huis.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Now, Do I understand you correctly now? Now Nilo is introduced. You were there, Kelly was there, Boeta was there in your evidence.
Hy was daar geweest, Boeta was daar geweest, Kelly was daar geweest in die getuienis.
You didn't mention that Nilo was there as well.
Nee, wat het nie al gesê dat Nilo daar was nie.
Ik,
Yes.
Because the evidence was that Nilo was there. And
Even this morning, when it was confirmed again who was there when you got there, she also included Nilo there.
Yes, Mr. Aramson. You asked her earlier who was all there. And remember, you didn't hear the names of the children, the two. And my note clearly indicates that Nilo was there.
Thank you, my lord. Then I apologize. Yeah.
Good.
I'll move on.
So at 49 in the evidence in chief, and this morning again, Nilo.
Let's focus on Nilo now. Your evidence said Nilo was sitting there and your Afrikaans was daar agter gesit op die hoek van die huis. Sat there at the back, at the corner of the house. You remember that?
Hy het gesê Nilo daar agter sit op die hoek van die huis. Kan jy dit onthou?
dat is correct, my lord.
I can remember that, my lord.
Would you be able to tell the court, or would you can you remember? If you can't, you must just say you can't remember. Which corner of the house now? You, if I can put us all just in the picture, if you stand in front of the house with the front door on the right-hand side, the shack facing away from the street, door on the right-hand side. There are four corners. Can you tell the court at which corner you say Nilo was sitting?
Kan u, as u onthou, op watter hoek van die huis so Nilo gesit het, want die prokureur het nooit vir prentjie gewys gegee in verband met hoe hy so geleef was. As op watter hoek het Nilo gesit.
By die voordeur aan die agterkant van die hoek het hy gesit.
By the front door, on the back side, he was sitting.
And just
Dis aan die agterkant.
It's an Afrikaans expression, Mr. Aramson. Seeing that we on the west coast.
sorry, my lord, I didn't hear that either.
It's an Afrikaans expression. Seeing that we on the west coast. And some of the dramatis personae are from Namakwa-land. Jy moet nooit probeer visvang langs 'n stofstraat in Pofadder nie. Right. So let's take the pictures because we have them. And photo 2, 1 and 2 are photographs of the front of Boeta and Kelly's house.
Yes, my lord. Now that's Exhibit S for the record.
Exhibit S. So if we show that to the witness, you can see there's a photographer at the corner, the back corner, from the front door. He walks fast. He had a white t-shirt on. There's a gentleman sitting over there that has like a brownish t-shirt on today. And then you can see yourself
Unfortunately, my lord.
standing at the left corner facing the photograph in photograph 2.
And 3 as well, my lord.
And 3 as well as your colleagues, right? And then in photograph 2, you can see the right front corner. One can see the stomach of Mr. Nsabalila. Right. And so we can go on from photograph 1, 2, 3, and 4, where now the back corner is also visible.
Yes, my lord. Photo 4 is taken from the opposite side.
Yeah, that's
where
from the
front door
side.
is.
So that's the side, but you can figure out where that corner would be
Yes,
on that photograph. So maybe to orientate the witness, make it easy, ask her to look at the photographs and then to say, can you maybe indicate to us where you say Nilo was?
I'll do that,
What
my lord.
I will do is, I will use my red pen. We'll do it differently.
May I just confirm, my lord, photo 4 is a photo of the house from the back,
I can just find
opposite side of the front.
For this witness, I will mark the spot on the exhibit with green. Then the record will reflect afterwards where she pointed.
Thank you, my lord.
So if somebody can get the photographs to the witness,
They are with the witness, my lord.
and then you may proceed, Mr.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, have a look at that photo album you have. You go to page, it looks like 3.
The photographs
Photo
are
1.
numbered.
Photo 1.
Photo 1.
U het 'n bundel foto's, kan u na foto 1 toe gaan? En met foto 1, my lord.
And photo 2, look at photo
Two, yeah.
1 and 2.
En met foto 2.
Okay.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, when you said that Nilo was sitting op die hoek,
Let's first confirm with the witness whether she agrees that's the house of Bhutan.
thank you, thank you. You agree that's the house where Killian, Mr. Apollos and Mrs. Smith stayed?
Stem u saam dat jullie is op hierdie foto's waar mevrou Smith en meneer Apollos ook gebly het?
That's correct, my lord.
Confirm, my lord.
Okay, now, I was trying to establish from you where you said you saw Nilo sit op die hoek van die huis.
U het gesê, iets van u het gesê dat Nilo het gesit op die hoek van hierdie huis.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you give an indication as on which photo that you can also look at photo 4, 3 and 4 as well? Photo 4 I put to you, that's the photo of the house from the back, opposite side of the front door.
As ik kijk naar foto 3 en 4 zou dan die foto wys die achterkant van die huis nader aan die kanaal.
Can you point out where, are you able, do you remember where Nilo sat?
Kan u uitwys of kan u onthou waar Nilo gesit het?
Dat was foto 2.
Foto 2, my lord.
Daar wat meneer staan. Maar net op die hoek.
Where he was standing just on the corner.
Where the old man with the white hair standing.
Is it waar hierdie jongman met die witkop staan?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I think I see it.
Exactly at that corner.
That's correct, my
Net
lord.
daarbij, omtrent bij hy hoek.
That's correct, my lord.
I'm drawing on photo 2 with a circle, and I'm making a squiggle down to the bottom of the photograph. And I'm writing in on the exhibit. It's written in green. Nilo sat here a la Lombard. Good,
Thank you, my lord. Now, when you noticed Nilo sitting, I assume, and you can tell me if you want to express it differently, was he sitting on the floor? Was he sitting on his haunches?
Volgens u, as ik kan noemen, had Nilo op plat gezet of hij heeft op zijn hurken gezet.
Hij heeft de klip gevat, dus het op die klip.
He took a brick and sat on the brick. A stone, sit on the stone.
Right, and can you recall where, at that time, now you describing for us the situation, now there's Nilo, you were there, and you, who else was outside that you saw around you?
U het nou beskryf in verband waar wie was Nilo daar gesit, wie ander was buiten geweest. Daar is dit stap.
Er was Kelly en ik geweest en met twee kinders geweest en was Joshlin en Rico
It was myself,
en Nilo.
my two kids, Kelly, Nilo, Joshlin and Rukun.
And your kids, you were, am I correct?
Die
You
kinders ook.
That's correct, my lord.
My kids included.
did you still have both kids strapped to you? As I understood, the one child you carried in front of you and the other one on the back.
Beide kinders nog, hij heeft een op je lichaam gehad, een voor en achter.
Ik heb hulle nie op die grond gesit.
I put them down on the ground.
You put them down on the ground, both of them there outside.
That's correct,
Beide
my
mannen
lord.
beter.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Right, now your evidence then went on, you then gave evidence about Kelly going into the house and that she took a stone and then went into the house and went into another room and she knocked out the window. Can you recall that?
The sequence is slightly different. You say she went into a house, took a rock. She first took the rock and then went into the house was the evidence.
Yes, indeed, ma'am. Yes, that's correct. So she picked up a rock and then you went into the house.
Ja.
Hier getuienis was geweest, sy het toe 'n klip opgetel in die huis in.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
My Lord, I just want to place on record, I think there is some misunderstanding or confusion as to what the house looks inside like. Our Exhibit S doesn't give us photos inside the house, but I do have a photo album that is part of the state's case, which I would submit if we can.
It will be helpful.
If we can admit that.
And
It
then
shows photos of the house inside.
it will be very helpful. I remember Sergeant Molstein gave us an idea, but especially when we're going to get later on, I hope the window is visible on the picture.
I think it is, my Lord, if I remember correctly.
Because I'm not sure whether when we were there, some of the windows might have been boarded up.
My Lord, I just want to inquire, Your Lordship wants the original?
Thank you.
I have a colour copy as well, although it's a copy.
I can see Ms. Swanepoel is busy trying to retrieve some photographs of the investigating officer. I suspect Mr. Harmse, whilst we're still scrambling for the documents, it will also become relevant later on in your cross-examination when you're going to get to the point of what you could hear and from what position, and so forth.
Indeed, my lord. That's why this is also important. Ms. Lombard, do you have that in front of you? Your Lordship has it?
Still waiting. So that would be Exhibit W. W for William. Thank you. Just give me a moment, Mr. Harmse, so that I can describe the exhibit.
My lord, the exhibit...
It's accompanied, what was given to me, it's accompanied by an affidavit of a warrant officer clock
Brandon clock, yes, my lord.
that took the pictures. So that's the first cover sheet.
That has A55 on the right-hand top, my lord.
That's got A55, and then the key has A56 on top. That's a key that was drafted by Warrant Officer Clark, describing the 21 photographs, as well as certain points where a pillow and linen were collected for DNA analysis,
Yes, my lord.
and then the measurement between those 2 points where the 2 samples were collected, that's the pillow and the bed linen, was 0.3 meters.
Yes, my lord.
The photographs are then numbered from 1 through to 21, and as I've indicated, that's marked 57, so reference to these photographs would be Exhibit W and then the number of the photograph. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may proceed. Does the witness have a copy of the
A
photographs?
copy
in
is
front of her?
provided for the witness, my lord.
Ms. Lombard, you have the exhibit now in front of you.
Hier die bewijster voor u.
That's correct, my lord.
If you have a look at photo 1 and 2, do you recognize that structure there?
As u kijkt naar foto 1 en 2, kan u die foto wat u opkomt?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
You recognize it as what? Just for completeness sake,
Wat is dit?
Kan u of my wees herhaal asseblief?
who lives there?
Wie bly daar?
Kiale en Buddha.
Okay. That's photo 1 and 2. If you have a look at photo 4,
As u kijkt naar foto 4,
that's the front door open, and it opens to the inside, it would seem. Do you agree?
voordeur het opstaan wordt opgemaakt naar de binnenkant, zoals u kan zien.
Foto 4.
Foto 4.
Ja, my weet het is schon.
Photo 4 of the witness, my lord. No, she's got the wrong handle.
Why would the witness have the wrong bundle in front of her?
No, it does. Yes.
I have another one, my lord.
I'm asking you, Mr. Arms, I'm looking to my left. Can you please
It is a
ensure
copy given by Mr. Harmse through Ms. Mukwena.
Nee, dat meneer het het.
so the witness doesn't have the bundle? Is that the bundle you just handed to Constable Pillay?
Indeed, my lord, that is a copy of, that's the same, it's a coloured copy. I
Yeah,
made
that's
coloured
fine,
copies.
that's fine.
And it is exhibit M, and it's got 55, 56.
So can the witness look at, because remember you took the witness to photograph 1 and 2 to identify
The structure.
the structure. So it so happens that exhibit S1 and 2 are also of the same structure. So one wouldn't pick up the confusion there.
No, I concede that it is, or I can see it
so
is.
it's the same structure except for the angle is different on the two. And of course in time, it was more than a year later when Exhibit S was taken. Because that was taken when we went on the inspection.
Indeed.
And these photographs were taken on the 20th of February last year.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, so if the witness can turn to photograph 4 in Exhibit W.
Kan u dan gaan na foto nummer 4, waar wij staan. W,
Are you there?
is u daar?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Can you just repeat the question then, Mr. Armsen?
In respect to photo 4, my lord?
Yeah.
Yes. I was asking you, if you look at photo 4,
As u kyk na foto nummer 4,
it looks like the door opens to the inside.
wil voorkom asof die deur na binne toe oopgemaak word.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
And on photo 4, the inside's a little bit dark, but there looks like there is a cupboard.
Op foto 4 lyk die binnekant van die huis 'n bietjie donker, maar dit moet voorkom op daar 'n kassie of so wees.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And something silver on it.
En iets so silwer op hierdie tafel.
That's correct, my lord.
Well, that seems silver. It's just got the shiny reflection.
I'm not sure whether you can describe the color on this photograph as something silver,
Yeah, no,
but
that's-
rather something shiny,
Yeah, the shiny reflection.
with a shiny reflection
Yes.
with an orangey top on it.
Yeah.
On this photograph, what I can see, like an orange rusty top on photograph 4.
Yeah.
But of course, if one's going to turn the page to photograph 5,
Yes, ma'am.
you can see it's the same cupboard, and then you can see it's
I was
actually
just going to submit
a
then
plastic container with a pink
Yeah.
top.
I was just then going to submit that photo 5 is a close-up of that cupboard inside the room.
Can you just turn the page, confirm?
Kan u na foto 5 aan?
That's the same cupboard.
Dis dieselfde kas. Foto 5, dieselfde kas.
That's correct, my lord.
And it has a 2-plate stove on it with 2 pots.
Hy het 2 plaatstoof met 2 potte.
That's correct, my lord.
And the container we described looks like plastic
Lyk na
containers.
dis 'n ouer.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Is that, do you recall, does it look familiar to you?
Kan u onthou dat dit moontlik na u bekend lyk?
That's correct, my lord.
So is this the front or the back room?
Is dit die voorkamer of die agterkamer?
Dat is die voorkamer.
The front room, my lord.
Manu, that's where I will make some statements to, and where I suggested earlier on that there might be some confusion as to the description of the house, voorkamer en achterkamer.
But maybe whilst we, on this exhibit, if you want to take the witness through just to identify,
The rest as well.
it will make it so much easier
Yeah.
to orientate ourselves later on.
Yes, thank you, Lord. I'll just go
Because
on.
it seems there's also in that room, in the front room, it looks like a mattress
Yes, my Lord.
or a base of a bed to the back
Yes.
wall of that room. Is there in fact one? Is it a bed?
Is a bed.
But bed, yes, it's a bed, my lord.
And then opposite from that white and orange or yellow cupboard, there's like a kitchen dresser
Hier oor
in wood. It's visible on photograph 7. Is that how you remember this one?
verstaan jy of onthou die idees as wat op die foto op.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
And then it seems next to that white cupboard, there's a door again opening to the inside of the next room, photograph 8.
Photograph 8.
Fotograaf 8. Wil het voorkom as daar deur na 'n ander vertrek kan opgemaak word.
That's correct, my lord.
So would that be the back room?
Sal dit nou die agterkamer wees?
That's correct, my lord.
Photograph 9, one can see through the door into that room. It looks as if to the right of the door, behind the door, there would be a bed.
Dan sal er 'n bed wees op die regterkant.
That's correct, my lord.
Don't have to go to 12 and 13 because those are the
Yes, yes, my lord.
the pillowcase and the bed linen and so on. All right. I'm with you, Mr. Aramson.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Lombard, I know that you referred to the inside of the house as the front room and the back room. I just want to put to you that maybe that description is a bit confusing. And I'll tell you why, and you can comment now. If you go,
beskryf as 'n voor- en agterkamer. Dit is 'n bietjie deur mekaar gaan gesê, kan jy sê hoekom klink dit 'n bietjie deur mekaar?
Want die voor... Okay, sorry.
No, let the witness first finish. You must wait for the question.
Okay.
So rather wait for the question. I don't know whether there will be a question because we've had lots of stories being told without questions. Yes,
Sorry,
Mr.
my lord.
Aronson.
now I want to put to you that all I'm putting to you is that the description of front room and back room is confusing. It's misleading.
Die beskrywing van die agter- en voorkamer is 'n bietjie deur mekaar.
And my question will come. Sorry, and my question will come after I have shown you why I say that.
We gaan weer terug gaan kom nadat jy gewys het.
Die eerste, toen we die voordeur ingaan,
Before you enter,
als het de eerste kamer,
it's the first room.
en die andere kamer is de tweede kamer.
The other room is the second room.
But isn't it correct to say when you come into the front room, you describe that as the eerste kamer, the first room. Immediately left, once you enter the front door, immediately left there's another door to another room. You agree with that?
As dit is so dat as 'n persoon byvoorbeeld inkom by die voordeur, onmiddellik linker na die linkerkant, as dit daar ander kant, as dit daar ander deur.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be more correct with my, nothing turns on it, I just want to
So if nothing
avoid
turns on it, why are we
confusion.
going there?
My lord?
So if nothing turns on it, why are we going there?
Because to refer to it as a voorkamer and achterkamer is misleading, my lord.
But
There is a room on the right-hand
But
side
what's
of
the
the house,
relevance of it?
and there's a room on the
what's
left-hand
the
side of the
relevance
house.
of that? We now know what it looks like.
Because
Yes, we can split hairs if we want to, but this is not the time and the place to do that. Because here we have a visual of what it looks like. What people would call it,
Fine. Thank you.
that's not important.
Thank you, madam.
Because I can take issue with you, Mr. Harms, to say it's immediately to your left. What does that mean? And we can debate it until the cows come home. But because if you look at photograph 8,
Yes, my lord.
there's another cabinet on which would then be the front wall of the house, opposite the white cupboard. It has a gas stove on it.
Yes.
So if one wants to split hairs, you can say, well, then it's not immediate to your left because there's still a piece of wall. But we've got the pictures now.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
What I want to get on record, my lord, is that once you come in the front door, you turn left and there's another door and then there's another a room there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at photo 8, Ms. Lombard,
As jy kyk na foto nommer 5, nommer 8, mevrou Lombard,
There's a door, and that, am I correct, that leads to the other room.
As 'n deur wat lei na die ander kamer, is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
And if you look at photo 9,
Foto nommer 9,
that is now with the door, the other room door open, more open,
en dis nou die deur na die ander kamer wat weer oop staan.
there's a gas burner, a gas stove in the front, single plate.
As 'n gasbrander en 'n stoof, sien jy dit?
That's correct, my lord.
And if you look at photo 9 and 10, you'll see on the right-hand side of both of them, there seems to be a bed there.
9 en 10. Op die regterkant kan dit voorkom daar bed op daar bed is.
Is that right?
Foto 9 en 10. Op die regterkant kan hier voorkom daar op daar bed is.
By 9 is 'n bed agter die deur.
At
In
9
between-
there's a bed behind the door.
En between also.
Yeah.
10
Yes.
also.
Yes, it's the same, I submit it's the same bed. I put you, it's the same bed, it's just a closer up photo.
Dis dieselfde bed, is net 'n foto bietjie nader.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah. Now, let's get to the evidence. Your evidence said that Kelly picked up a stone and she went into the house.
Hier getuienis is gewees. Kelly het klip op, sy is toe in die huis in.
And then your evidence said she went to the underkamer, to the other room.
Hier getuienis is dat sy in die ander kamer toe was.
And then she knocked the window out.
Sy het toe die venster uitgeslaan.
Look at those photos and you tell me, then you tell the court. Can you see the window that she knocked out?
As u kyk na hierdie foto's, kan u vir hom sê of u hierdie venster sien wat sy so uitgeslaan het.
That's correct, my lord.
Indicate to us, please, on which photo.
En of verduidelik of wys waar hierdie venster sou wees.
By wat die gordyn, tot die gordyn hang.
Which
Where the
photo?
curtain is hanging.
Which photo?
Wat 'n foto?
By foto 10.
Foto 10, my lord.
Photo 10. This looks like a basket there.
That's a cane.
Dat is soos 'n basket.
Cane basket.
It's a cane basket.
Dit is soos 'n
That's
mandjie.
also visible in a distance on photograph number 9.
That's
Correct.
'n mandjie met iets soos
And
wat-
behind
so 'n mandjie
that-
wat gemaak is met riet.
That's correct, my lord.
One can see there's a curtain and there's light coming in from the outside. Or from, we know there's no further room because we've been there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Looks like the structure of a window,
Yes.
but there's no close-up of it.
Do you agree it looks like a window there on the top right-hand side of photo 10?
Dit wil voorkom as dit 'n struktuur van 'n venster is op 'n foto nommer 10 op die regterkant bo.
That's correct.
Now, at looking at all these photos, which window did you say accused 3 knocked out?
As ons kyk na hierdie foto, watter foto is die venster wat beskuldig nommer 3 so uitgeslaan het?
Dit was geweest die een in uw linkerkant. Ach, sorry, my lord, was aan uw rechterkant was het geweest. Als je uitgeslaat het.
It was the one on the right hand side that she knocked out.
So it's not that one.
Is it that een?
In uw
The
linker.
one on photograph 10, it's not
Photo
that
10.
window.
Foto 10 is dit dat die venster.
Dat is correct, my lord, is die venster wat ze uitgeslaat het aan uw linkerkant venster. Ach, aan uw rechterkant venster.
It is the window she knocked out on the right hand side, my lord.
So it's the window in W10. Unfortunately, the way the curtain is hanging, I don't want to speculate. It looks as if there's a vertical section sticking out behind it. So I'm not sure whether it has a solid pane and a sash or not. But the witness indicates the right-hand side of that window. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Your lordship, just give me a second here. Ms. Lombard, as we look at this photo,
Soos ek na hierdie foto,
Are we still at photo 10? Are we still at photo 10? Are we still at photo 10?
yes, on photo 10, sorry, my lord.
op foto 10,
There's a lot of light coming from outside, and it's not possible to see if that window is broken or not. You agree with me?
daar's genoeg baie lig vanaf wat van buite af inkom. Dit is nie moontlik om te sien of die venster uitgeslaan is of nie, sal jy met my saamstem.
Kan u me weer herhalen, alsjeblieft?
Can you please repeat that for me, please?
I said there's unfortunately a lot of light coming from outside.
Ongelukkig daar genoeg klomp baie lig wat van buite af inkom.
So the window shows up very bright, and it's not possible, I'm putting to you, it's not possible to see if that window is broken. Do you agree with me?
En ook gaan sien hierdie lig so inkom. Dit is onmoontlik om te sien of hierdie venster gebreek is of nie. Stem u saam met my?
Dat is correct, my lord.
In any event, my instructions are that your evidence about clearly breaking the window, my client put up, says he's not aware of that, he didn't see that, and he didn't see any broken glass or window after that event that you said where she broke the glass.
En nou beskuldig nou materiaal is dat hy was nie bewus nie, hy het gesien, hy weet van geen venster wat op gebreek geslaan was nie. Geen glas gesien, hy was nie bewus nie, hy het ook 'n venster gesien wat gebreek geslaan was nie.
Your comment?
Die kommentaar,
Ik heb gezien Kelly van die club en Kelly gaan in die huis in en ze slaat die venster uit. Toen ze uitkomt, toen ze hand stukkend.
I saw Kelly taking the rock, went inside the house, hit out this window, then she came out, and her hand was
Stukkend.
torn.
Cut.
Yes, your evidence was that she cut her wrist.
Die getuige was geweest, het gebruik gesny.
Dat is correct, my lord.
You also, before you specifically mentioned the wrist in your evidence in chief, made a reference of a slagaar, my lord, the English word escapes me. A slagaar is not just a vein, it is I apologize. I will leave it at that. Let me just carry on. You remember you said to the court that she cut the slagaar. The word slagaar means it's quite an important...
She didn't say cut the slagaar. She said naby die slagaar. But then we cleared it up because I asked the witness to show, and then she showed us by indicating
Yes.
where it was.
Yes.
And it was on the inside of the arm at the wrist area. The
Correct.
place where people normally take your pulse.
Yes, ma'am. I will move on.
So, yeah.
I'll move on.
So I started writing when I took the notes in the evidence in chief on that description. And then, of course, I deleted that. I'm looking at my note. I deleted that and chose to indicate the description and how she showed to describe it in the notes. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Where were you when she did that? Were you inside the house? Were you outside the house?
Waar was u geweest toe sy dit doen? Was u binne die huis, buite die huis?
Ek was buitekant geweest, my lord.
I was on the outside.
Can you give us a more closer description of where outside?
Kan u 'n meer duidelike inligting beskrywing gee waar buite?
Buitekant by die deur het ek gestaan.
Outside at the door standing.
Have a look at please.
I take it this house only has one door to the outside.
Hierdie is
Looking at the
een deur na
photographs.
buite.
By die,
Een deur na buite.
So, for purposes of the record, will council be comfortable with us describing that as a front door?
My
Or
Lord,
do
yes,
you want another description of it?
I think maybe she could just confirm if she means the front door. I wanted to refer to photo 1 and 2 of that same photo album. When you say you were at the front door, correct?
U het gesê u was by die voordeur geweest, is reg?
dat is correct, my lord.
So if you look at photo 1 and 2, just please page just for photo 1 and 2.
Kan ons bly na foto 1 en 2?
On Exhibit W.
On Exhibit W. Thank you.
W?
It's of course also visible on photographs 1 and 2 on Exhibit S, which is a close-up of the front of the house. Except in those photographs, it's locked and chained up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Are you looking at photo 1 and 2 of Exhibit W?
As u by foto 1 en 2?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Both photos indicate just different angles, a door, and which I understand to be the front door to the house.
Beide hierdie foto kom op 'n deur, maar in verskillende rigtings. Dit sal ek aanvaar dat is die voordeur na die huis.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now when you,
The front door that doesn't lead into the front room,
Die,
to use your
yeah,
analysis.
if I can describe, my lord, it's the front door that leads into the right-hand side.
Let's call it the front door.
Yes.
That's why I said if council doesn't have objection,
I don't know.
because you were taking issue with it, that's the front room. So I just want to ensure that we're all on the same page. There's only one door.
Yes.
So, but let's call it the front door
Yeah.
for purpose of the record. But whilst we're at that photograph, and we're back there now, if you look at photograph 1 and 2 of Exhibit W, are you there? The one
Yes.
that's
Sê
not-
foto 1 en 2?
dat is correct, my
Yes, I'm
lord.
there, my lord.
Do we have Exhibit S close by?
Is dit S? Dit rand? Yes, I do have exhibit S. Close by, my lord. Close by, my lord.
So you open that at photograph 1 and 2,
Oopmaak in foto 1 en 2.
and we can see that's just a close-up
U kan sien, dis net 'n foto
of
naby
the front of the house.
van die voorkant van die huis.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And you can't see the inside.
Maar die binnekant van die huis kan nie gesien word nie. Foto
So-
1 en 2 wys dit S.
On your evidence, you know the inside of this house very well.
Volgens u getuienis, u ken die binnekant van die huis baie goed.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Because you were there daily.
Want u was daar dagelijks geweest.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct?
So we know the door leading to the back room or the bedroom area.
Daar kennis van 'n deur wat lei na die agterkamer area.
Dat is correct, my
If you look at the outside of these structures,
As ons kyk na die
Pictures.
buitekant van die struktuur, se prent, se prent.
do you have any idea in line with what point that door would be, the one leading to the bedroom.
Kan u weet u waar hierdie deur sou wees wat na die kamergedeelte is?
That's correct, my lord.
Can you maybe show us?
Kan u dan vir ons wys die deur wat lei na die kamer waar sat dit geleef was as die deur geleef was as jy kyk na hierdie foto's bewyslik S en bewyslik W.
Kan my lord gou weer vir my herhaal?
I'm going to lift up the photographs to you.
Gaan
Can you
foto-
see on photograph 1 of exhibit S, that's the bigger pack.
Foto 1 kan jy sien bewyslik S?
That's correct, my
That's
lord.
correct, my lord.
Now you know there's a wall that divides the two rooms.
In hierdie struktuur weet jy daar's 'n muur wat hierdie twee kamers verdeel.
That's correct, my
So
lord.
if you look at this structure from the outside, where would you say that wall would be?
As ons nou kyk vanaf die struktuur vanaf buite, binne in die huis, waar sal die muur wees wat hierdie twee vertrekke verdeel?
Ek staan by die buite die Here.
No, we're not where you're standing.
Nie wat nie gestaan het nie. Die hobbel weet die muur wat die voorkamer en die agterkamer verdeel. Waar sal dit wees in verband as ek kyk na die struktuur foto nommer 1? Waar sal dit wees?
Aan die agterkant sal het wees, my lord.
On the
Wys
back
net
side.
met die hand en
Kan jy vir dit wys?
just show.
Kan ek sien? Die meneer.
Can somebody give the witness just the green pen and then she can just draw a line? I just want to clarify it whilst we're at that picture, or we're independent because that's not my...
Op hierdie struktuur bewyslik S. Waar is die muur wat hierdie twee vertrekke verdeel?
Kan my skryf?
My Lord, maybe it'll be also of assistance if we look at photo 8
On which?
on W.
No,
on exhibit W.
I know I can see a lot more on these photographs. I can guess, but I don't want to guess. Because I don't know what the relevance is going to be later on, but whilst we're at these photographs now, it's an issue you touched on earlier, but I didn't want to, it's exactly where I thought. That's where, so I'm going to mark that. I'm going to draw a green line on exhibit S1 and S2. It's clearly where the two different structures meet.
May I have a look at that?
You can see the two different structures. The one to the left, as you look at the photographs, I've worked with S. It's a darker color. And then she marked where the two colors meet, where the lighter color would and the darker color would meet. That's where the wall is. Now you're right, Mr. Harms. If we look at photograph 8 on exhibit W. I took you there earlier when I spoke about the little cabinet with a gas bottle on top with a burner on.
Yes. And I refer to the door immediately to your left.
Because you referred to the door immediately to your left.
After you come into the
Now,
front.
if you look at photograph 1 and 2 of exhibit S, and you take into account what you see on W8, and you take into account the width of the door, then it looks as if one accepts that a standard door size, because we were there, it's not like a small door.
No, it's not.
If we accept that the opening of a standard door is 900, then that's almost double that. That size. It's almost double the door, or at least 1.5 times that. if you just look at the proportions, talking from the left-hand side of the door to where the inner wall would be. Are you with me, Mr. Adam?
Yes, I am.
So are you still contending it's immediately to your left? As you put it to the witness.
May I rephrase that? When you come into the front door,
Because
you
I don't know
turn
what the
left.
relevance will be later on.
My Lord, the only relevance is that to give an idea where the room is, where the witness said the window was, that Kelly had knocked with a stone.
Okay. So it would be going past that distance, getting to the, let's call it the back room if you want, or the main bedroom if you want, but the room with a bed where the window is, and the window would be above the bed on the
Indeed.
back wall as you walk in,
Yes.
facing you. Good. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord.
I've interrupted you, but we need to clear this up because I don't know where you're going with it.
Yeah. I'm at the point where I want the witness to show us, and I'll proceed if I may, my Lord. I asked you, Ms. Lombard, at this point where your evidence led that Kelly knocked the window out and cut her arm, her wrist, I asked you where were you, and you said outside. Then I referred you to Exhibit W, and I said you have a look at these photos.
Ek het u gevra, u het mos gesê dat Kelly in Huisen was, mense uitgeslaan, gewrig, seer. Ek het u gevra waar u was, u het gesê u was buite.
Can you indicate on any of those photos where you mean you were when you said you were outside?
Kan u op die foto's wys, as u so sê, het was buite waar u was?
Daar was ik bij die dier te gaan staan.
At the door, that's where I was standing.
So let's look at photograph 4, which is a close-up. I'm at W4,
Thank you, ma'am.
which is a close-up of the door.
Foto 4 is 'n foto na aan
So
hier.
there one can see there's a blue bucket, a green bucket, it's a black kettle. Can you see that?
Kan u hierdie goeder beskryf, sien wat daarvan beskryf het, 'n blou en 'n groene en dan so 'n swart ketel?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Can you indicate on that photograph where you were standing?
Kan u op hierdie foto
Let me just finish, please. Can you indicate on that photograph where you were standing the time when Kelly knocked out the window?
kan u op hierdie foto wys waar u gestaan het die tyd toe Kelly die venster uitslaan?
Hier bij die dier, buitenkant bij die dier te gaan staan.
At the door, outside, my lord. That's where I was standing.
Can somebody give the witness something to mark on the photograph where she stood?
Kan u dan die foto wys van die kasse waar u gestaan het?
The witness marks in photograph 4. I'm also going to mark my photograph 4, W4, and then we can circulate the photographs to counsel for the state and the defense.
Thank you, madam.
She marked at the bottom of the photograph. She marked at the bottom of the photograph with a horizontal line, almost the width of the door. You can pass the photograph from that side, from Mr. Sivnarayan down to Ms. Swanepoel, please. also drawn a green line on the exhibit. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, so just to run it off now, that's where you stood when Kelly broke the window, according to your evidence.
Dus waar u gestaan hebt toen Kelly de venster zou breken volgens de getuigenis.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dat is correct, my lord.
When Kelly came back now, or just let me ask you this. Did you hear the breaking of glass?
Het u die gebreek van die glas gehoor?
Dat is correct, my lord.
But you didn't see the actual movement by Kelly breaking the glass because you couldn't see. She was behind the division between the two.
So u kon nie sien die beweging toe Kelly die glas uitslaan nie, want u was aan die ander kant van die gedeelte wat is verdeel.
Dat is correct, my lord.
So you told the court that she took a stone and she broke the glass.
U sê toe by die hof dat sy 'n klip geneem het, die glas uitgeslaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
But you didn't see that.
Maar u het dit gesien.
Ik het gehoord achterna, toen ze die klip optellen en ze gaat in de huis met die klip. Toen hoor ik die rijtser wat vallen.
She picked up the rocks that went inside the house, and then the glass is falling.
Yes, so you confirm that you didn't actually see that action. You heard glass.
Die actie om die venster uit te slaan het u gezien,
She already
maar u het
confirmed
gehoord
that.
die geval van die glas.
She already confirmed it.
Yes. And then what did you do immediately? You hear this and what did you do then?
Wat het u toen onmiddellijk gedaan? Wat het u gedaan?
Ik heb haar gevraagd, Kelly, hoekom slaat ze de rijt uit?
I asked Kelly, why did you knock the glass out?
Okay, that's what you spoke to her, but did you stay outside?
Het u bleef staan buiten.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Correct?
Did Kelly then come out of the room?
Het Kelly toen bij die kamer uitgekomen.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
When she came out of the room, you were standing outside.
Toen ze bij die kamer uitkwam, u het buiten gestaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Did you see blood on her?
Het u bloed op haar gezien?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And what else did you see now? You say she's coming out and you saw blood on her arm. Which arm was that? Left arm, right arm? I can't remember, my lord.
Is wat sien wat sien toe haar uitkom. U bewaar sien toe bloed op watter arm, linker, rechterarm.
Ik kan niet zeggen wat de arm het was.
I can't
Ik
say
weet niet
which
wat de arm het
was.
was geweest. Ik weet niet wat de arm was het geweest.
I don't know which arm it was.
Did she still have the stone, the stone in one of her hands?
Het zit nog in die klip en in van haar handen nog gehad.
Nee, meneer.
No, my lord.
And then did she come out and then walk outside? What tell the court? What can you remember? Did she do anything else then as she's moving out now?
Toe sy nou uitkom na buite, kan u enig iets onthou wat sy daar gedoen het, toe sy nou buite was?
Ik kan het onthou dat sy het 'n mes gevat in die huis en toe kom sy uit na Boeta toe.
What I can remember, she took a knife out of the house and came to Buddha.
En sy dryf hom in die mes.
Then she threatened him with a knife.
Could you see where she got the knife from?
Kon u sien waar sy die mes geneem het?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Where did she get the knife?
Waar het sy die mes gekry?
In die huis in, my lord.
In the house.
Where in the house?
Just a moment.
Waar in die huis?
Daar het so 'n kleine steen waar daar staan en wat daar mense na lepels inkom.
There is something like a stand inside the house where the knives and spoons will be kept.
If you look at Exhibit W,
Professor W. So let's kick now Professor W.
I would imagine you should look at photo 4, photo 5,
You can
photo
kick now
6.
4, 5, 6.
And 7 maybe. And 7 maybe.
4, 5, 6 of moontlik 7 ook. Soos die hof sê. 4, 5, 6 en moontlik 7 ook.
Look at those photos. Did you see her pick up the knife or did you not see her pick up the knife?
Kyk na hierdie foto's, het jy vir gesien die mes optel of het sê ek dit nie gesien nie. Foto's 5, 6, 7 ook. Kon u vir sien die mes optel of kon u nie?
Ek kon nie sien nie.
I could not see.
Okay. And then your evidence goes further. She comes and
Just a moment.
threatens. Thank you,
Are
Malone.
you moving on to the next point in the evidence?
Yes, the next point is the threatening.
I just want to clarify something
Thank you.
on that point. So if you didn't see, why did you tell me that she has the stand where the knives and the spoons are kept?
As jy nie vir kon sien waar sy die mes opgetel het nie, hoekom het u dan vir hom gesê, daar's 'n stand waar messe en lepels in sou wees?
Want sy het in die agterkamer uitgegaan, in die agterkamer se kamer het sy uitgekom met die knife. Ek kan nie gesien het of sy die knife opgetel het of sy die knife uit die steen uitgehaal het. Nie.
Because she came with the knife from the back room, so I can't say whether did she take the knife from the stand.
So did you just infer that?
En dit het inderdaad daarna verwys. Info.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. I'm just trying to assist with the interpretation because infer, I would say, is aflei. Inference, afleiding.
Het inderdaad van afgeleid.
That's correct, my lord.
So, as we go along, if it's your own inference that you draw and you didn't see something, please tell us.
As u bijvoorbeeld as ons voortgaan afleiding maak, maar u dit nie gesien nie, moet u dit in die hof sit, so stel. Verstaan jy?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Malone. Ms. Normata, now we move past to the point where you see, and as you had demonstrated Kelly's action, threatening Mr. Pollis, wanting to stab him. Where was Mr. Pollis during this time when Kelly went in the house, broke the window, came out, got a knife? Where was Mr. Pollis?
Die tyd toe hierdie nou so gebeur het, Kelly en hy is aan perse gebreek uitgekom het, die regiment, waar was meneer Apollos?
Hy was buitekant gewees.
Was outside.
Right, so he was not inside the house, he was outside.
So hy was nie binne die huis, hy was aan die buitekant.
Dis correct, my lord.
And you were also standing outside.
Hy het ook buite gestaan.
Dis correct, my lord.
Yes.
So was he standing behind you? Were you indicated you were standing just outside the front door.
Hy het gesê dat hy net buite die voordeur gestaan het.
In relation to that,
In verband in vergelijking met dit,
where was Mr. Pollis?
waar was meneer Apollos?
Hy het by Nilo het hy gaan staan.
He went to stand at Nilo.
And where was that?
Waar was dit?
On the photographs you could show us, if it's possible.
Met de kruising, ik kan ieder verwijs, als het mogelijk is. Je kan een kruising maken.
Look at exhibit W.
Je kan naar wijstuk W kijken.
Waar is dat?
Should I give you a pen, man?
Photographs 1, 2, 3, and 4 are photographs of the outside of the house.
Dus wijstuk 1,
So I want you to mark the place
buitenkant van huis kan u een kruis maken
Nilo and Buddha were.
waar Nilo en Boeta was.
Chris must mark the spot. We will do the same exercise of circulating the photograph. And which photograph? Oh, is this the X, the green X on photograph 4?
Is dit die groene kruising op fotografie?
Dis correct, my lord.
Confirms?
I marked the same spot on exhibit W with a green pen, marked it with an X, and wrote on the side of the photograph with a directional arrow there to Nilo and Buddha. Just pass it around. Mr. Harmse, and it's not an invitation for a break, but when you get to a point where you think you're comfortable to take the break, I don't want to, maybe you can finish this section or your line of questioning around that, then we take the short adjournment. If you tell me now is the time, let's just complete this exercise first.
Thank you, Mark.
Good. So it's the bottom photograph on that page.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Ms. Lombard, just to confirm now, that's the same spot that you indicated earlier on where Nilo was sitting on a rock, you said.
Is dit dieselfde plek waar die vroeg gesê het is waar Milo gesit het op 'n rots?
That's correct, my lord.
And that was marked on Exhibit S, on S2. No, just for the record.
Indeed.
It was marked on S2, it wasn't marked on W.
So was Buddha sitting as well, or was he standing?
Het Boeta ook gesit of het hy gestaan?
Hy het gestaan, my lord.
Standing, my lord.
So then describe then to the court, if you can, the movement of Kelly with a knife.
Kan u dan die beweging as u kan van Kellenhof beskryf met die mes?
Kelly het uitgekom in die mes, toe Kelly na Boeta toe gegaan,
Kelly came out with a knife,
en sy sê,
went to Boeta.
vir Boeta, sy ek steek jou sommer nou vrek.
Then she said, you, I'll stab you to death.
The witness made a gesture. Can you just do that again?
Kan u weer die beweging maak?
You may remain seated if you so wish.
U kan sit as u so.
Sy het uitgekom in die mes,
Came out with a knife,
en sy kom straight na Boeta toe,
went straight to Boeta.
en sy wys vir Boeta, sy sê vir Boeta, sy ek steek jou sommer nou vrek met die mes.
Said, you, I'll stab you now dead with the knife.
The witness used the right hand as if clawing around something. That was the first action. Moving overarm to the right and with a slight stabbing motion. And the stabbing motion was back to front.
And you saw this clearly as you gave evidence now. Did you become nervous, scared?
Toe u dit sien, was u zenuwachtig, was u bang?
Ek was 'n bietjie bang geweest, 'n bietjie nerveus geweest.
I was a little scared, a little bit on my nerves.
Now before we move on, I just want to try and get from you, if you can, tell this court, did you have any way of saying, or have you any way, to say what time it was at that stage?
Kan u, of sal u kan sê hoe laat die tyd sou wees op daardie stadium?
Ek weet nie hoe laat was dat geweest nie.
I don't know what time it was, my lord.
Was it still during the daytime?
Was het nog gedurende die dag?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Can you guess, estimate how long after the police officer left this was?
Kan u moontlik skat hoe laat nadat die polisie vertrek het?
Dat was 3 ure na die man daar geweest het.
2-3 hours after the man was there.
Two to 3 hours after he left.
Nadat hy weg is.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Thank you, Lord. It would be a convenient time to take the tea adjournment.
It's 5 to 11. Shall I make it till 15:15?
Thank you.
11:15. So it's a 20-minute break. So we'll rather take shorter breaks than one long break at a time, so that we can pace ourselves. It would be taxing on counsel and the witness
Yes, ma'am.
as we go along with the cross-examination.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we'll take a 20-minute break. Court will adjourn.
When Saka saw it, we're not seeing the judge. Put him. Eric. The judge, when Saka will take a picture. I think it's Saka for it. When it's just come and step there, a little picture.
But this one, she has, that is But it is on the USB. It's on the USB. She cannot open it. I have not tried it. But on my laptop, it's my laptop is different. Yeah. So I think my software might be able to play with it. But I haven't been able to snow. It doesn't take anything. We know. So they're going to say it does when I haven't tasted it. But I tasted it. It doesn't work. That's why I'm going to try it. Yeah, no, you're right. You're completely right. I'll be back, guys. Oh, sorry. I see you sent me a message.
Okay, vouchers from the hotel.
No, for the hotel. The vouchers. I don't have for us to access your place. You see, coming back.
Mr. Blow, just keep an eye on that green pen of mine.
Yes, I will know. I put the book on top of it. Slagader is dit op. Is de slagader niet bij jullie?
Slagader in het arterie.
Artery. Oh.
Maar zo praat ons niet van arterie, we praten van val. Val is voor ons. Maar meneer Blauw heeft IEVA gekregen.
En toen is zo'n, ga ik ook kijken zo.
Nee, ons heeft niks gekregen. Ons heeft niks gekregen.
I don't remember meneer Steven.
Ons heeft die onthou van ons het 'n struggle gehad die altyd. Ons goedes was rare, maar bad. Maar het is
Thank you as the witness. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
U is nog onder eer om die waarheid te praat.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard. My instructions are, and I'm putting it to you,
Instructies van die stel.
that my client, Apollos, he denies that Kelly, as I've already put, broke a window there, and he denies that Kelly came and threatened to stab him.
Skuldige nummer 1 sê hy stry dat Kelly 'n pens op sy uitgeslaan het en dat Kelly vir hom so gedreig het met 'n mes.
What's your comment? Do you have a comment about that?
Nog 'n kommentaar, wat is die comment?
Ik heb het gezien.
I saw that, my lord.
Now, as it's become customary, and I constantly have to caution against it, Those were two different incidents. Now, when you say you saw it, to which one of the two are you referring to? Or are you referring to both?
Twee incidenten aan die geplaatst dat Kelly niet de mensen zo uitgeslaan volgens Boetani, dat Kelly ook hier omgedreigd had. Van wat heb je net, als je zei het gezien, van wat heb je verwijs in?
Ik gezien van Kelly.
Hij saw Kelly.
Ik heb van Kelly gezien van Boeta, politiek niet mis.
Wanted to stab Boeta with a knife.
And the breaking of the window, did you see that?
En de gebruik van die mensen, heb je dat gezien?
Ik heb het gezien, ik heb gehoord, die rijder.
I didn't see that. I could hear the glasses.
Thank you, Manu. In your evidence in chief, after you related this sequence of events of the breaking of the window, the threatening to stab, and the screaming and, or not screaming, and swearing at Buddha, not much time passed there, am I correct? From the last time I asked you what time it was, and you said you'd not be able to say what it was, what time it was. But now there was this breaking of the window, the swearing at Buddha, and threatening to stab him. Have you any way to give an idea what the time was then?
Gedurende die incident van die gebruikery van die venster, skellery, regiment, jy het wel gesê jy weet dit was, ek kan nie moontlik sê wat die tyd dit was.
Ik weet niet wat hoe laat was het geweest nie.
I don't know what time it was.
Your next event, if I can call that, your evidence led that Kelly spoke to Buddha and told him to go and get wood. Do you recall that?
Jy getuienis het ook verder gehandel dat jy onthou dat Kelly vir Boeta sou gesê het om hout te gaan haal. Onthou jy dit?
Dat is correct, my lord.
What is there that, from that incident, what is there that reminds you that at that point in time, after the threatening to stab, the swearing at him, what is reminding you, or what did remind you that this is the next important occurrence, or what happened? Can you tell me?
Nadat jy die gedreigement en die alles, wat het toe jy laat onthou dat die volgende belangrike instansie sou wees dat Boeta moet hout gaan soek? Wat het jy laat onthou?
Want Kelly het, ik kan onthou, Kelly het vir Boeta gesê, Boeta moet gaan hout haal.
What I can remember that Kelly said to Boeta, I must go and fetch wood.
But what I'm asking you is, why do you remember that? Was that important or strange?
Hoekom onthou jy dit? Was het belangrijk of was het vreemd?
Dat was belangrijk geweest.
It was important.
Can you explain why you say it's belangrijk geweest?
Kom kan u dan verduidelijken of kom zou iets dan zeggen is belangrijk?
Hoekom ik zo zeg is omdat Kelly het van Boeta gesê ze wil in proberen koos maken. Ze wil koos maken. Daarom zei van Boeta gesê Boeta moet gaan hout haal.
Kelly intended to make food. That's why she asked Boeta to go and fetch wood.
How do you know Kelly intended to make food? Did she tell you that, or did you assume
Hoe
that?
weet u dat sy wil kos maak? Het sy dat u gesê?
That's correct, my lord.
Right, yes.
Did she say it to you or just in general? Or
Het
to
sy dit
somebody
aan u
else
gesê
specific?
of net in het algemeen? Ek gaan gewoon kos maak.
In die algemeen,
In
my lord.
general, my lord.
And then you gave evidence, said that Buddha said, but I've already gone and got wood.
U het toegesê, nee, maar dat al reeds al gaan haal.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
You remember that clearly?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you remember that clearly?
Kan u dit duidelijk onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And then you also probably remember clearly that your evidence was after that. You said Kelly told Buddha that this wood that he says he got, that's not wood.
U het ook duidelijk onthou dat Kelly sê vir Boeta die woord wat jy gaan haal, dis nie hout nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Reg? That's correct.
And you saw this as important.
U het dit gesien as belangrik, of geag as belangrik.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Then later on your evidence goes that you stood there next to Buddha and you called Kelly. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
U het gesê u het namens Boeta gestaan. En toe Kelly, kan u dit onthou?
No. Can you repeat the question? It seems the interpreter didn't hear you.
Your evidence led that you stood there at the house and you called Kelly
U getuienis was gewees, u daar reeds gestaan, u het vir Kelly geroep.
and you said that she didn't luister, she didn't listen to you.
U sê toe sê sy na u gaan luister.
That's correct, my lord.
And then you said Kelly also called, Buddha also called Kelly
U sê Boeta het ook vir Kelly geroep,
and she also didn't answer him.
sy het hom ook nie geantwoord nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And is this the same as the previous answer you gave? Why is this important? Why do you consider this information important?
As jy voor hetzelfde soos wat vorig aan gevraagd was geweest, hoekom het u dit geag as belangrik?
Want ik het voor Kelly geroepen, toen Kelly naar me luisteren en toen bracht het op Boeta daarna wie voor Kelly toen ze ook luisteren.
Because I called Kelly, she didn't listen to me. Boeta did the same, she didn't listen to him as well.
That's not the question.
Dit is nie die vraag nie.
See, unlike with the previous questions, and those are, I merely have number references. I don't write everything again because I look at the evidence in chief and I give the page number in my book and the paragraph number. But in this particular one, that's where she called Kelly. Kelly didn't listen, and Buddha also called, but she didn't listen to him as well. He didn't ask her whether she deems it important. He just went straight to why she deems it important.
My Lord, I just asked her why she mentioned it in the evidence, then she said it is important.
Right?
Yeah.
So you deem this important?
Dit Het ieder gezien als belangrijk.
Nee, my lord.
Because that's, I didn't hear that part, and that's why I intervened.
Thank you, Lord. I'll
So now, why did you feel it necessary to tell us about it?
Kom het u gevoel dus?
Ik nog niet, kan u of mij weten?
So, if you didn't deem that calling and ignoring to be important, why did you tell us about it?
Als u jullie geroepen en u geantwoord niet belangrijk geacht, kom met u op ons af van vertel. Kom met ieder in hoofd genoemd als ieder niet beschouwt als belangrijk.
Ik versta nog niet.
I don't understand.
Okay, forget about the importance. Why did you include that part in the story that you told us?
Kom het u daar gedeelte bijgevoegd aan uw verhaal wat in hoofd voorgeleid of aan uw hoofd gezegd. Vertel het.
Soos meneer nou vir my gevra het van important
As you asked me about importance,
van jou story.
about the wood issue,
No, because answers nobody else a story.
you're not with the wood
Listen,
issue now.
listen to the question. And I
Listen
know it's
to the question.
confusing because often people will tell a story that's not necessarily important, but it's part of the story.
Moeilijk zal een persoon iets zeggen, alhoewel dat niet belangrijk is, maar het is deel van een story wat een persoon moet zeggen, vertel.
So if, for example,
Zeg bijvoorbeeld,
we would have started late this morning
als we bijvoorbeeld zo laat beginnen vanochtend,
because one of the advocates left their phone at home,
bijvoorbeeld een van die advocaten zou zeggen, telefoon er is
it would not have been important because there was another reason why we were slightly late.
Verstaan nog niet.
But it would have been part of the story.
Alhoewel het niet belangrijk is, als iets is omdat we laat beginnen, maar het is deel van het verhaal.
So all we want to know is,
Al wat we van kennis wil weten is,
when you spoke to Kelly, when you called her,
toen je voor Kelly geroep het,
she didn't want to listen to you.
ze wilde naar je luisteren.
And then Buddha also tried to call her, but she didn't want to listen to you.
Hetzelfde dat Boete gaat doen, ze heeft ook niet naar hem geluisterd.
You told us that.
Je hebt het
And
aan
he
hem
said,
gezegd.
it wasn't that important,
Dit
but
is
you still told us.
Maar dat is van zo belangrijk, maar je hebt het wel toch aan hem gezegd.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Verstaan je wat ik nou aan je zeg?
Ik is nou eerlijk met jullie aardbare, ik versta nou nog. Ik
I'm honest with you now, my Lord, I don't really understand you now.
Let's leave it there for now. Let's carry on.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, let's move on. My next question to you is, why did you call Kelly? Can you recall why did you call her?
Kan u onthou waarom u voor Kelly geroepen hebt?
de reden hoekom ik vir Kelly geroep het,
The reason why I called Kelly,
want ik wil geen dat ze moet weerkom van die vullis af.
I wanted her to come away from, get away from the dirt.
Why did you want to get her away from the Phyllis? What is the problem there? Did you see a problem?
Hoekom wou u van die vullis zijn? Wat was het probleem daar? Kon u een probleem zien?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And what is that problem?
Wat zal die probleem dan wees?
Want sy het dit in die vullis gaan krap.
Because she went to
Ik
scrap
zie-
in the dirt, in the rubbish.
Ik het haar gezien, sy krap tussen die vullis, sy staan in die middel van die vullis in.
I saw her scratching in this dirt rubbish, my Lord, standing in between the dirt.
But in your evidence in chief, you told this court that Kelly had walked towards Butti to go and look what he dumped there. He dumped something.
U het gesê, Kelly het gestap na hierdie man, waar hy toe iets weggesmet het of weggegooi het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right?
And then you said Kelly had long gemaakt. Kelly took a long time there at the rubbish.
U sê toe Kelly het 'n lang tyd gemaak by die vullis.
That's correct, my lord.
And you didn't like that.
U het nie daarvan gehou nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, Mr. Paulus Butta, his instructions, he will say he doesn't know anything about that.
Verskil nommer 1, Boeta, meneer Paulus, sal sê daar nie kennis daarvan.
Your comment, do you have a comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Nee, my lord.
What I find interesting, and I want to put it to you,
Wat ek baie interessant vind, ek gaan dit aan u stel,
that in your evidence you relate verbatim. In other words, you say the exact words that you heard that was said there, and I'll refer to now what you heard Butta say. Butta, your evidence says that Butta said, and I wrote it in inverted commas. Now, those exactly, you are saying that's exactly the words.
I also wrote it in inverted commas. Butta, about this must he out is a klomp vullis.
The words I've got, my lord, is Kelly, dit is mos nie hout nie, dis 'n klomp rubbish vullis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I want to ask you, Ms. Lombard, you are giving evidence of exact words that Mr. Apollos would have said. How do you remember that?
U getuienis handel oor die direkte woorde wat Boeta sou aan Kelly gegee het. Hoe onthou u dit? Direkte woorde wat Boeta sou gebruik het aan Kelly, u gee getuienis in daai verband. Hoe onthou u hierdie direkte woorde?
Kan u dit gou vir my herhaal asseblief?
Can you repeat that for me again?
Your evidence in chief was that Buddha said something to Kelly.
Hoe getuie, u het gesê, Boeta het vir Kelly iets gesê,
And you gave us the exact words that Buddha said. You
Just put it different.
Beg your
Just
pardon?
put it differently. Because we are confusing the witness. Remember, the other day you were here.
die ander dag was hy gewees as ek kan nou,
You told us
u het vir ons gesê,
that Buddha said to Kelly,
Boeta het vir Kelly gesê,
and you used the exact words that he used.
u gebruik dieselfde woorde wat hy sou gebruik het.
So you told us that he said,
U het vir ons gesê dat u het gesê,
Kelly, dis mos nie hout nie. Dis
Kelly-
om vullis.
Kelly, this is not wood, it's a lot of rubbish.
So nou is die vraag,
Now the question is,
how did you remember Buddha's exact words?
hoe kon u Boeta se direkte woorde onthou? Die woorde wat Boeta daai tyd gebruik het, hoe kon u dit onthou? Selfde woorde wat hy gebruik het.
Ik kan het onthou.
I can remember it, my lord.
You can't tell the court why you remember. There's nothing special, is there?
Ik kan niet voor u zeggen hoe kom je het onthouden nie. As niks speciaal is daar.
Niks, my lord.
Nothing.
I'm going to move on. In your evidence then, after that, exact, there's a word that's escaping me, my lord, that exact words that Buddha used. Your next, as I've written down, your next bit of evidence says, you told the court that Kelly had money in her hand. And then directly after that, I have it here that Kelly then told Requin he must
start the fire.
He must make fire.
He must start the fire so long.
He must start the fire. And the words were moet die vuur brandmaak, which is the correct.
So lank die vuur brand maak.
Yeah.
So I wrote it as that he must start the fire so long.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Kan u onthou dat u gesê het dat Kelly sê vir Requin, hy moet so lank die vuur maak. Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct.
Now, let's start with the money.
Ons begin met die geld.
That's correct.
When exactly did you see Kelly had money in her hand?
Wanneer het u vir Kelly gesien dat sy geld in haar hand gehad het?
Where were you and where was Kelly?
Waar was u en waar was Kelly?
Wait, you see, you didn't wait for the answer on the first question. Then you asked another question.
I apologize, my lord, yeah. I'll start with the first one. Where were you and where was Kelly when you saw money in her hand?
Waar was u en waar was Kelly toen u geld in haar hand sien?
By Kelly's huis buitekant.
At Kelly's house outside.
So Kelly had now already come back from the rubbish.
So Kelly het teruggekeer van die vullis. Kelly het teruggekom van die vullis af?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
So how do you know that she had money in her hand?
Hoe weet u dat sy geld in haar hand gehad het?
Voor ze gelopen naar de rabbis toe het, ze die geld gehad in haar handen.
Before she went to the rabbi, she had the money in her hand.
And when she came back?
Toen ze terugkeer?
Toen ze terugkomt, weet ze nog steeds zijn geld gehad.
When she returned, she still had the money.
Did you see when she got the money, where she got it from?
Kon u zien waar vandaan sy geld gekry, wanneer sy die geld so gekry, van waar en wanneer?
Nee, my lord, ik heb het niet gezien. Nie.
No, I did not see, my lord.
So you say you saw she had money in her hand before she went to the rubbish. What did you see that made you say or think that she had money in her hand? Can you recall, what did you see?
U sê het haar gesien, toe sy na die vullis toe was om en geld in haar hand teruggekom van die vullis het sy nog geld in haar hand gehad. Wat het u gesien dat sy geld in haar hand gehad?
Die tijd wat ze van die vullis, voor ze vullis doorgaan, heeft ze geld in haar hand gehad. Toen ze terugkomt van die vullis, dus ze weet ze nog steeds zijn geld in haar hand gehad.
Before she went to the rubbish, she still had money in her hand. From the rubbish, she still came back with the money in her hand.
Yes, we heard that. What I'm asking you, did you see the money? What is it? Was it notes? Was it coins?
Het u die geld gezien? Was het noten? Was het coins?
Het was,
Munten?
het was noten geweest.
Notes?
Dat is correct.
Now, for you to say that it was notes, you must have seen enough of the notes, as you say.
As u nou sê dat was noten geweest, dan moest u genoeg gezien het om te sê dat is noten.
In de notes is 20 rand en 10 rand.
Notes as the witness described as 10 rands and 20 rands.
Yes. Now, what did you see? Did you see a 10 rand? Did you see a 20 rand? Did you see other
Denomination.
denomination?
Het die enige ander tussen die 20 en 30 enige ander gelde so gesien?
Nee, my lord.
Verskillende hoeveelheid?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
So did you see a 10 rand?
Het die 10 rand gesien?
Ik heb de 10 en de 20 rand gezien, my lord.
I saw a 10 and 20 rand, my lord.
You saw 10 rand and a 20 rand. Why do you say that now? Why didn't you give that evidence? Said, I saw Kelly had a 10 rand, 20 rand in her hand. But you just said she had geld in her hand.
Hoekom sê jy nou dat sy vir jou so met 10 en 20 rand band? Voor het jy gesê, jy het Kelly gesê met geld in haar hand.
Kan u het my...
Why didn't you say that when you gave evidence in chief, that she had a 10 rand and a 20 rand in her hand?
Hoekom het u nie gesê toe u begin het met die getuienis dat sy 10 rand en 20 rand en 20 rand in haar hand gehad het nie? Hoekom u sê dat u eerst nou?
Ik heb nog niet antwoord voor dat ding.
I don't have answer for that, I'm honest.
Are you writing with a pen, Mr. Arams?
I beg your pardon?
Are you writing with a pen? Are you writing with a pen?
Yes.
I'm writing with a pencil. What type of pen is it?
It's a black pen.
Why didn't you tell me that just
BIC.
now? Why did you not tell me that just now when I asked you? Do you get the point?
Well, the question was,
You
do
see
I
the
have a
point?
pen?
You see, the witness is led. She says, I saw she had money in her hand. So I ask you whether that's a pen. And you say yes. And then I ask you what type of pen it is. And then you tell me. And then I say to you, but why didn't you tell me it was a big pen?
But I was...
Mr. Harms.
I understand.
Mr. Harms, please. You know, we must ask questions that's fair as well. No person will be able to answer that.
My lord, I've been asking her this question about the money. How do you know she had money in her hand? And she just said she knew, and then she didn't come out. The first one
No.
said there's 10 and 20.
But she was not asked the other day when she gave the evidence in chief how it was made up. She was first asked whether they were notes or coins, etc. Then she said notes, and in that same vein, she mentioned the 10s and 20s in that stretch. But unless, of course, the instructions are that your client didn't see the money, then let's get to the point.
I'll move on. You also gave evidence that Kelly then asked Requin about make the fire, and I've already put that to you. My instructions from Mr. Apollo is him and Kelly, as far as he knows, but definitely from his side, they never asked or let Requin or any of the children make fire.
In verband dat u nog sê dat Kelly vir Hawkins wil vra om 'n vuur te maak. Volgens beskuldig nommer 1, op geen stadium sal hy of Kelly kinders sou vra om 'n vuur te begin.
Ik heb daar bij Kelly gestaan. Ik heb gehoord Kelly noemt dat.
I was standing next to Kelly. I heard her mentioning that.
We'll then have to hear from Kelly says, but my client says he has never and he will never, and they have never asked the Requin to make fire.
Hulle sal nooit tevore, hulle sal ook nooit in die toekoms vir Requin vra om vuur te begin.
But the evidence was not that your client asked Requin.
No.
So
No.
you put it to the witness that your client's instructions are that he never had and nor would he have asked Requin? I'm putting it in that line.
My instructions are that him and Kelly, his opinion in his
So I'm
instructions.
putting it to the witness that according to him,
Both
Kelly
of them.
didn't ask Requin on that.
Both of them would not have and didn't, yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Kelly did
Not would have.
Kelly didn't. in my-
She didn't. Good.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
So the statement is that according to Mr. Paulus, Kelly didn't tell Requin to light the fire.
Volgens meneer Apollos het Kelly nie vir Requin gevra om 'n vuur te begin of op te steek nie. Aan te steek nie.
Ik heb gehoord, Kelly noemt het.
I heard Kelly mentioning that.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Then, I don't want to go through your whole evidence in chief, but shortly after that, your evidence led that you spoke to Butta. You told Butta that you are now going to your house. And then you went.
Can you repeat that again?
Your evidence after this incident about the making fire and all that,
Die getuienis was geweest na hierdie vuurstorie.
you gave evidence, said that you told Butta
Die getuienis was dat u het vir Boete gesê
that you are now going to your house, and then your evidence was then you went.
u het toe vir hom gesê gaan na my huis toe en u is toe na u huis toe.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Confirms my lord.
Now, in all this time, from the breaking of the window, the threatening to stab, the fire instructions, where were your children?
Gedurende hierdie gesprek al hierdie gebeurtenis van die enterbreekslaan, die gedreigement, vuur aansteek. Waar is die kinders?
Die kinders was teenwoordig saam met my gewees.
Kan jy raas?
Die kinders was saam met my gewees.
The children were with me.
Yes, the last time I asked you where your children were, you said they were sitting outside on the ground there.
Die
Remember?
laaste keer wat ek hier gepraat oor die kinders het ek gesê dat buite sit plat op die vloer op die grond.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct?
So were they still sitting outside on the ground?
Het hulle nog buite gesit op die grond?
Alle was nog aan buitkant gewees, my lord.
Yes, they were still outside, my lord.
But you're not answering my question. Were they still sitting on the ground?
Hulle het nog steeds gesit op die grond.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Did you still see Nilo there?
Het u nog vir Nilo daar gesien?
Nilo was nou daar gewees, my lord.
Nilo was still there, my lord.
Sorry, do I get you correctly? Nilo was not there anymore? What did you
Ek
say?
het gehoor dat Nilo nie meer daar was nie.
What did you say, sorry?
Wat het u gesê?
Kan u of my kan u
She
gewees
said Nilo was still there.
Nilo was still there.
He was still there. Thank you.
Then you as I've already referred to your evidence, then you said you went home.
Volgens die verklaring of die getuienis het u gesê is toe huis toe.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Right?
And your evidence was that you again went and made food for your children.
U is toe om weer kos vir die kinders te maak.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right?
You didn't have a way of telling what time it is, but you obviously, and I'm putting it to you, not putting it, ask you, did you feel that it's lunchtime? You need to go and make food.
U kon nie sê of dat het wees nie, maar kon u aanvoel dat is nou etensuur dat u die kos moet maak.
Dat is correct, my lord.
She actually gave us an estimate in her evidence in chief. She gave us an estimate time
Yes.
that it was in her evidence in chief.
She estimated it was 1 o'clock.
Yes.
In your evidence, you indicated that it was 1 o'clock. How did you know, why did you give evidence saying that it is 1 o'clock if you didn't know what the time was?
U het gesê dat by een, hoe het u geweet dat so by een uur wees as u nie tyd by gehad het nie?
Want so het Ayanda die persoon gestuur van Kawas af naar my huis toe, tot even mevrouw later ze toe tijd meer gezet, het was tyd vir as 1 o'clock.
I understand a person from Kawash. I asked him what time it was, and then said it was 1 o'clock.
So, do I understand you correctly? That's the time when Ayanda sent somebody from the car wash, one person, am I correct?
Een persoon is stuur Ayanda volgens u is het goed verstaan naar u toegestuurd.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
There where you were with Kelly and at her house.
Waar u bij Kelly zijn was.
It was een night al bij mij huis geweest, my lord.
At that stage I was at the house already, my lord.
Okay. So when you said it was 1 o'clock, then you had already been at home and somebody was sent to you from the car wash, and that's how you know it was 1 o'clock. Is that what it
Ja,
is?
hier is aangekomen, iemand zal stuur naar huis toe. U vraagt of het laat de tijd is en de persoon zegt 1 o'clock. Dus toen u beseft dat het is 1 o'clock.
Dat is correct, my lord.
I'm going to skip some of the other evidence.
Just a moment. Why did the person come to you from the car wash?
Hoekom het die persoon naar u toe gekomen vanaf Kawash?
Ayanda had die persoon gestuur om police van Kawas voor die tires te komen halen bij de huis.
I understand the person from the Kawash to the house to fetch polish.
Was that the only reason?
Is dat de enige reden?
Dat is de enige reden wat ik het, my lord.
Only reason, my lord.
What were you cooking for lunch?
Wat het niet voor middageten gekookt?
Dat was pap geweest, my lord.
Pap?
Only pap?
Net pap?
Ik heb net pap gemaakt. Ik heb pap en vlees heb ik gemaakt, my lord. Sorry voor u.
I made pap and meat, my lord. Sorry for that.
Did you have it in the house earlier that day?
En u dit vroeger in de dag
The ingredients? Did you have the ingredients for the pap and meat in the house earlier that day?
Goederen wat u zo gebruikt voorbereiden. En ieder wie heeft gehad om die pap en de vlees te maken.
Kan ieder voor mij weer weer herhalen alsjeblieft?
Can you please put
When did you buy the flour,
wanneer het u
maize
die meel
meal
gekoopt,
that you used for the pap
die mieliemeel
and the meat?
en die vlees. Wanneer heeft u die mieliemeel en die meat en die vlees gekoopt?
Dat was geweest in die tijd wat ik bij de huis geweest heb.
During the time I was at the house, my lord.
And did you have the money in the house or did somebody bring you the money?
Het u geld bij de huis gehad of heeft iemand die geld voor u gebracht?
Iemand heeft die geld voor mij gebracht, my lord.
Someone brought the money.
From where?
From Vapanan?
Van Kawas af, my lord.
From Kawash, my lord.
Was this a different person to the one that came to fetch the tire polish?
As die verschillende persoon in verband met die een wat die polish kom halen?
Dat was dezelfde persoon geweest, my lord.
Same person.
Did he only come once or did he come twice?
As hy een keer na huis toe of as hy 2 keer?
Hij is 2 keer gekomen, my lord.
Twice.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
That's how I understood the evidence. Was that the morning, you will recall, Mr. Haramsa, that she didn't have food for the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
She only had food for Yayanda. And he went off to work. But there was an arrangement that once he gets money, somebody will bring money so that she can buy the ingredients. And that's why I wanted to check it up to see whether it's the same person that when he came for the polish, that gave us the time, or whether there was another event.
Thank you, Mark.
My Lord,
So at least now we've cleared
my
it.
Lord, kan ik gewoon niet afstaan alsjeblieft?
Can I have a break, please, my lord?
How long do you need?
Hoe lang?
Is 3-4 minuten genoeg?
Same as my Lord.
Alright, you may be excused.
Je kan verschoond worden voor de wijle.
Why didn't adjourn? Because I was thinking we might adjourn in a moment. Is there a way that we can have, do you have these photographs in electronic form that you can project onto the screen? It will make it easier because you can enlarge them with the technology. And does anybody have a pointer? I'll check in my bag, but I may have one. And that might assist with, instead of constantly passing things around that'll take time. It's 11:58. Why don't we let's take a 10-minute break. We come back. We try and push till 1,
Thank you, Mark.
and then we adjourn for 45 minutes for lunch, and then try and push through till 3. See how far we get. I know there was a plan that at some stage the interpreters will swap. You can discuss that amongst yourselves when and how.
Yes.
Now that you know well the times are going to run for the day.
Yes.
Because our afternoon session will then be an hour and a quarter. And when we're going to come back at 12:15, so we're going to take a quarter of an hour now so that you can discuss maybe the planning. And we'll make up that quarter of an hour that we're losing now by taking a 3/4 lunch break. And then between the two interpreters they can discuss how they're going to do it in the afternoon. So till 12:15 then, till 12:15, we're going to try and push through till 1.
Thank you, Mark.
Court ledger.
You can take over now. I don't like tears.
I even got it
that I'll come into court to tell, so that people would know. I've also indicated to council that should we get the message within the next quarter of an hour or so that we will not be able to proceed this afternoon, I will then adjourn the matter till tomorrow, so that council will have the opportunity to consult. So I cannot tell you, come back at 1, because you might come here and there will be nothing. If there's a way of communicating whatever happens between now and 1, maybe from the media side, if you have a liaison, that you can leave a number with my registrar, so that we can let you know this is the situation. Oh, they point to Mr. Nsabalila, the one that I pointed out in the photograph this morning. He reminds me of that. Want to take a break and hang around till 1 o'clock and come back at 1, then you'll know what the situation will be. That's the best we can do, and things like this happen in court cases. There's not much we can do about it. So thank you. Court will adjourn. because they will give me the original to mark. I think I will just take a copy as you go through, then I can see the signatures, etc. This is the original. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Let's make it easier. Let's make it easier. Ms. Lombard, were you given a copy of this statement before you started testifying?
Mevrou Lombard, was u hierdie verklaring gegee voor u opgetuig het?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Just have a look at the document that's now shown to you, whether it's the same one that you received.
Kan u na die dokument kyk wat voor u is dieselfde dokument wat u gekry het?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And I see it signed on every page, as well as the end of the statement, and it indicates a preamble that you were assisted by an advocate, Eben van Tonder,
That's correct.
preparing the statement.
Ek sien op dit is geteken op elke bladsy en advokaat wat u bygestaan het is Eben van Tonder.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And you confirm the correctness of this statement, it being yours.
En die inhoud wat in die verklaring staan, dit is hoe u afgegee.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Marked Exhibit X.
Is for Sierra, my lord. S.
X.
X. Thank you.
Last one is W, so this one will be X.
That's true. Thank you.
It has it's called a waarskuwingsverklaring afgeneem van 'n persoon wat haar bereidwillig verklaar om in terme van artikel 204 van die strafproseswet, wet 51 van 1977 getuienis af te lê in strafregtelike verrigtinge. And then it has the warnings that the prosecutor told us about before she asked me to caution the witness, and further the witness statement that goes up to page 17. That's where it has the signature, and it has an attachment, page 18, which contains the section of the Act, section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act. So the statement is then admitted into evidence as an exhibit. Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Adams, sir.
Ms. Lombard, that document now, as you heard, is your 204 statement.
Maar vir Lombard is u gehoor die verklaring onder die 204 verklaring.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
When I started with my cross-examination with you this morning, or not this morning, when I started my cross-examination
Yesterday.
Yesterday, that's it. Thank you, my lord.
Die tyd wat u begin het met kruisondervraging gister,
we started, as your evidence led, events that took place on Sunday, 18 February 2024.
Jy het gekryg en hoe dat gebeur het op die Sondag, jaar 2024. Datum die 18e.
And I'm not going to go through evidence now about going to Ayanda, giving him food, coming back to your house, but your evidence, as I recall, at about 9 o'clock or thereabouts, you went to Kelly and Buta's house. You'll remember that?
Ek gaan nie weer die hele eerste getuies gaan nie, omdat jy gesê het nie, maar ek het gepraat van die kos om teruggaan en dat jy nie kos gekry het nie. Maar op daardie dag, jy het na Kelly en Buta's huis toe gegaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
And you at Buta and Kelly's house from around about 9 o'clock.
Jy was by Kelly's huis om rondom 9 uur se kant.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And at some stage, the court asked you a question and asked you how long after the detective have left.
Die hof het ook vir u gevra hoe lang nadat die bestuurder geloop het.
To establish a time at that station, you said it's 2 to 3 hours. So
En toe as ek kyk hoe die tyd gekry is, of was dit 2 tot 3 ure toe?
I just want to confirm this before I ask you a question, confirm with you. Then if you look at paragraph 1, let me just see.
Ek wil net van u se kant voor as u na paragraaf 1 kyk.
That is now on that document that you have where the verklaring starts. It's the 1, 2, 3.
It's on page 5.
It's the 5th page, man.
Yeah.
I'm referring to
Number
the 5th
page
page,
5.
and it says there's a sentence up on the top says ons almal het saam dwelms gebruik by Kelly en Buta's huis. You see that one, that page?
Dit is die bladsy 5 waar geskryf ons almal het saam dwelms gebruik by Kelly en Buta's huis.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Then your 204 statement in paragraph 1, you refer to that you took Ayanda some food around about 7:30.
En op u se 204 verklaring, u sê dat dit u vir Ayanda kos geneem om 7 uur se kant. 7:30.
Yes. And then in that paragraph you confirmed that you went to Kelly Smith's house at about 9 o'clock.
En in die verklaring ook sê dat u na Kelly se huis gegaan om 9 uur se kant.
We went through the evidence, although accused 1 denies that the evidence that you gave about the bakkie was on the 18th. The event was not denied.
Ons het in die getuienis gegaan waar ons beskuldig nummer 1 ook en dat die dan niet gebeur op die 17 na die gebeurtenis gebeur.
And now up to now, this point,
Tot op hierdie punt,
we have gone through your evidence,
ons het deur die eerste getuienis gegaan.
the detective's bakkie, what happened after that, you know what's happened up to now, and at some stage
Die speurder se bakkie wat daar was, wat weer gegaan het en u weet wat het gebeur volgende.
And before-
Wat gebeur het.
Sorry. And before we started dealing with your evidence about Kelly breaking the window and threatening to stab Buta,
En voorgevoer waar Kelly gedreig het om vir Bota te steek en die venster gebreek het.
you confirmed to the court that at that time, prior to that statement that I made now, the threatening of Buta, it was about 2 or 3 hours since the morning that you have been there.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
2 or 3 hours after the detective left.
After the detective left.
En u het
Sorry.
gesê dit was omstens 2-3 ure nadat die speler weg was.
About 2 or 3 hours after the detective had left.
2 tot 3 ure nadat die speler weg was.
We ended up with your evidence in cross-examination now before we broke.
Voor ons afgestaan het op dat weer, so ons het iets kruis en vragen.
Before the court adjourned. Your evidence was that it was about 1 o'clock. You went back to your house. It was about 1 o'clock, and there was somebody who brought you money. You got food and all that. So.
Je het gesê was omtrent so 1 uur se kant. Je was nie eers geweest en iemand het daar Can it, the defense just repeat, my lord? I just want to make it clear, is it money or food?
Yeah. Money for.
Want omtrent so 1 uur se kant toe die persoon daar gekom, geld gebruik vir kos.
That's correct, you remember that?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And throughout your evidence today, you were asked a number of times about your children, and you confirmed that you had both children with you. Both children with you.
U het verskeie keer gevra, was beide eerste kinders by u en u het gesê ja, beide van die kinders was by u gewees.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And they were sitting outside the house there on the floor, on the ground.
Hulle daar buite gesit op die grond.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Now I want you to have a look at paragraph 13 of your statement.
I know you're going to 13. I know you're going to 13.
Sorry, my lord, the witness just said something.
He wants the witness on page 6, paragraph 13 to go to that paragraph.
The witness was the court of the defense was conversing my lord. She said something, so I just wanted to hear what you were saying.
Kan u net alsjeblieft een beetje stadiger praten? Ik kan niet blikken uitmaken wat u zegt. U praat te vinnig in Afrikaans.
Oh, the witness is saying that I should just speak slowly, my lord, because I'm going to go fast in Afrikaans.
Good. We'll do that.
Right, so you are on page 6.
As hier op bladsy 6.
You look at paragraph 13.
As hier na paragraaf 13 gaan, bladsy 6.
That's correct, my lord.
You there? Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
Now, I'm going to read it. It's in Afrikaans.
Ik ga dit uitlees, dit is in Afrikaans.
Ongeveer 13:45 is ek terug na Kelly se huis.
Around about 13:45 was back in Kelly's house.
My kinders was saam met my die keer.
My children were with me this time around.
And then you explain, ek het van die rotse af weer verby die, ek het van my huis af weer verby die rotse geloop na Kelly se huis.
I walked again from my house, again past the rocks and went to Kelly's house.
So my question to you is, if I read that paragraph, the first sentence of paragraph 13,
So my vraag is, as ek hierdie paragraaf lees, paragraaf 13, die eerste sin,
where you refer to my kinders was saam met my die keer.
where you say that my children were with me this time around,
That implicates, that means that you are saying when you were there the morning before lunchtime now, your children weren't with you.
in ander woorde, beteken dat die oggend die tyd dat ek daar was, die kinders was nie saam met my gewees nie.
Just before the witness answers. Is the statement that you're putting it as a positive, that's what it means?
I'm stating it that this sentence means that she's taken the
Are
children with
you
her.
putting it to the witness?
Diki.
That's the only meaning, that the children were not with her earlier.
That is what this sentence in paragraph 13 indicates, Mama.
You see, what are the general rules when one interprets a sentence in the context of a statement? You should look at it contextually. I've got no problem with you going there. I knew you were going to go there, and I quickly threw my eye over it. But it's not the only meaning. Because if you look at the context, she explains, and she doesn't say anything about the children. So maybe you should ask her, what did she mean by putting it that way? And then you can challenge her on it. Because to simply say that's the only inference, I'm not so sure. Because no mention is made of the children, but we also know that we went to the policeman's evidence this morning, the statement, and we know that the statement refers to a person with a child. Now, whether it was her or not, that we haven't gotten to that point. So just rephrase the question, and then we see where we're going.
Thank you, Mark. Ms. Lombard, this is your statement, that's a sentence that you made, paragraph 13, the first sentence, correct?
Dit is eerste verklaring en die verklaring wat u gemaakt hebt in die paragraaf 13, die eerste zin.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
And you are fluent in Afrikaans?
Yes, fluent in Afrikaans.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, what do you see, does it mean, paragraph 13, first sentence, ongeveer 13:45 as ek terug na Kelly se huis, my kinders was saam met my die keer.
As die paragraaf 13 lees nie, so daar geskryf is, soos nou die program uitgelees het, waar sê dit ongeveer 13:45 en ek het teruggegaan na Kelly se huis toe, saam met my kinders die keer. Wat bedoel jy dan?
Ik heb mijn kinderen samengevat. Ik heb verkeerd gepraat met hij zijn.
I took my children with, it's just that I said it wrong.
Dat woord.
That word.
Now, in the preceding paragraphs, you tell the story about what happened when you went there, round about 9 o'clock.
Die volgende paragraaf verduidelik jy wat het gebeur tydens wat jy dan was om 9 uur se kant.
No mention is made of the children.
En geen
Those paragraphs have actually checked it.
En geen melding gemaak van kinders in die volgende paragraaf.
In the statement.
En eerste verklaring.
Your Lordship referring to paragraph 1 now.
From paragraph 1.
Yes.
Through to paragraph 12.
Yes.
There's no mention made of the children that accompanied her to Kelly's house.
Van paragraaf 1 aan tot paragraaf 12. Er is geen melding van kinders wat met u gegaan het naar Kelly's huis toe.
Are you following?
Ik volg het, my lord.
Now Mr. Haramse says,
Nou, meneer Haramse sê dat,
now when you go back at 1:45,
maar as we kwart voor 2 teruggaan,
you find it necessary to tell Advocate van Tonder who drafted the statement, and I see Captain Lombard was also involved, according to the preamble to the statement. That you find it necessary to make specific mention that on that occasion the children were with you.
en die vind het nodig dat op hierdie spesifieke tyd nie dan jy het teruggegaan of jy het gegaan met die se kinders hierdie keer dan toe kwart voor 2 en die advokaat meneer van Tonder die advokaat. Okay. Luister mevrou nie. Die hof het vroeër verduidelik dat van paragraaf 1 tot paragraaf 12 toe. Gee geen melding van u se kinders nie. Nee, nou meneer Arends sê dit op paragraaf 13. U noem daar so die tyd wat omtrent so 1:45 en u was na Kelly se huis toe. En hierdie keer u se kinders was saam. Nou wat die prokureur eintlik sê is dat hier u sê dat hierdie keer u het u kinders saamgeneem en die ander keer die kinders was nie daar nie. En toe het die hof verduidelik dat luister, die tyd wat die verklaring gemaak was, die persoon of u se prokureur aan meneer Eben van Tonder was saam gewees en ook kaptein Lombard, die persoon wat die verklaring geneem het. Verstaan u nou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So do you understand the difficulty that it can be interpreted that the children were not with between 9 and 1?
Verstaan u dat een persoon kan so wees of een persoon kan so van die vroeger keer u was saam met u kinders en maar 1:45 u kinders was saam gewees.
That's correct. Ik verstaan nou, my lord.
That's correct, now I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Now you
Thank
can
you. Thank you, Maru.
you can go further on the point if you wish. Because if you're not going to ask the question, I will ask it. Why didn't you say anything about the children accompanying you when you went there in the morning?
Nou, kom het u iets gesê om melding gemaakt van die kinders die tyd wat daar u vroeger dan gewees, meneer geliefde kant. U het gesê ons nog 9 uur nee, die oggend, u was daar gewees. Nee, nou die hof van u se kant afval. Hoekom het u nie melding gemaakt om te sê dat meneer geliefde kant u was daar ook met my kinders. Dat u weet wat jy doen, die vraag, dat is soos hier vroeger die kinders was nie daar nie doen. Dit is wat u vraag.
Daai oggend, ik kan niet zo zeggen, sorry my lord. Dus ik is zo eerlijk my lord, wat ik nu hier zit my lord.
My lord, I'm honest as I'm sitting here that morning.
Ik was verkeerd geweest. Dat moet niet.
I was wrong.
Dat moet niet daai oggend geweest het wat mijn kinders samen gegaan het.
It was not that morning that my children came with away with.
Nee, sorry my lord, nou weer verkeerd gepraat.
Sorry, my lord, I spoke wrongly again.
Ik heb mijn kinders samengevat die oggend, maar drie keer heb ik mijn kinders samengevat.
I took the children with the morning, but this time around I did not.
My lord, dat is nog een regel.
Okay.
I still not right.
Let's take it step by step. The morning at 9 o'clock, round about 9, when you went around the first time,
Die oggend 9 uur, die eerste keer wat u gegaan het.
you told us the purpose of going there was because you're going to ask for food for the kids.
En die rede wat u daartoe gegaan het, u het ons gaan vra vir die kinders.
Dat is correct my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did the kids go with you?
Het die kinders saam met u gegaan?
Die tijd toen ik naar Kelly's huis toe gaan.
Die oggend om die kos te gaan vra. Yes.
Dat is correct my lord.
Yes, my lord.
And when you went in the afternoon, 1:45, did the kids go with you?
Die tyd wat u
The second time now.
Die tyd wat u die middag gegaan het, 1:45, die tweede keer het die kinders saam gegaan.
Dat is correct my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
So, both times that you went there on that day so far, the kids were with you.
Beide kere wat u gegaan het, die kinders was saam met u gewees.
Dat is correct my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm going to ask you again, in the statement that was taken, do you know why it's not in the statement that the kids were with you early in the morning?
Ek gaan vir u vra soos dit staan in die verklaring, nee, weet hoekom u die genoem het dat die kinders was saam gewees op die oggend nie.
Yes.
Die tijd wat ik die paragraaf van de Ibn van Donder nou geer, doet ik die, dus mijn kunst gedachten heb en mijn gedachten aan mijn mind geweest in mijn loon.
My lord, when I gave the statement of this paragraph at that time, my children were not in my mind at that time when I handed over to Mr. Van Donder.
Dis 'n rede hoekom dit nou so geskryf is, my lord.
That is the reason why it's written at that period.
You can proceed, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. But, Ms. Lombard, this is a statement, same kind of statement as your confession that you made. A statement, things are written, questions are asked, you give information, it's written down, and at the end you are being asked, and it's probably read back to you, or you could read it yourself if it's in Afrikaans. And then you are asked specifically. If you look at paragraph, at page 15, that's the bottom, and then you go to page 16.
Hier na bladsy 15 gaan en daar op bladsy 16 gaan.
You on page 16?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, I am.
On top it says there, SE. And this is now, I assume, Mr. Advocate van Tonde that took the statement for you. He asked you, and it's written here, is u tevrede dat dit wat u gesê het korrek genotuleer is? And your answer was, ja meneer. Are you satisfied that what you said is correctly noted here?
Soos ek weet, bladsy 15 is sorry my lord, die persoon wat die verklaring geneem het, Lombard, het gevra, is u tevrede, wat in u, as het correct wat geskryf is in u se verklaring, u het geantwoord, ja meneer. As an answer, my lord.
Yes.
Do you confirm? You said ja meneer, and by that you mean, can you tell the court what you mean when you said ja meneer?
Kan u nog goed verduidelik, as u hier geantwoord het en sê ja meneer, wat het u bedoel by dit?
That it is correct.
Dat die inhoud van die verklaring wat u gesê is correct en u is tevrede met die inhoud.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then the next, for the sake of completeness, the next question is u tevrede dat hierdie verklaring juis en in ooreenstemming met u eie weergawe is? Are you satisfied that this statement is correct and in my English is gone. In accordance with your own version?
Dit is hier geskryf as gevra, is u tevrede wat dit hier in verklaring staan soos u gesê het?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So what that means, I put you, what that means is that what this statement says from your paragraph 1, the message that it carries is what you conveyed and what you told the advocate, what he wrote down, and that is correct.
Soos die antwoord was, soos die antwoord bleef gevra het, die vorige en hierdie een, soos van paragraaf 1 af nie, tot paragraaf 12 toe, soos meneer van Tonder geskryf het, u was gelukkig met wat ingeskryf is in die verklaring.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Now the questions that have already been put to you, and I want to do it again with the leave of the court.
Ek het al reeds die vraag wat u gevra, maar ek gaan niet vir u vraag, kan u weer die vraag vragen.
Nowhere in paragraph 1 to 12 is any mention of the children, whether they stayed at home, whether they went with you. But paragraph 13 indicates that, supporting that between paragraph 1 and 12 there were no kids with you, but they went with you the second time when you went back.
Sien u van paragraaf 1 afneem tot paragraaf 12 toe. Hy sê dat u se kinders is saam met u nie, maar as u dit gaan na paragraaf 13 toe, dan sê 4 keer, nee, die kinders is saam met u gegaan as 'n soort is dan bekry tot paragraaf 13. May I answer?
Yes, you can answer.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Is it correct that your message that you had conveyed here, showing that the children, not mentioning whether the children had gone with you. Is it correct? Is that the right message? That the children didn't go with you in the morning?
Die boodskap wat u hier oorgedraai het, om te sê dat die kinders was saam met u in die oggend, is die korrekte boodskap.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct.
So it is correct. The message in paragraph 1 to 12 seems to indicate that there no children were with you, and you say that is correct.
U sê dat van paragraaf 1 na paragraaf 12 toe, daar's geen melding van kinders nie. So die prokureur sê dat stem u saam dat daar's geen melding van kinders, dat die kinders was saam met u gewees in die oggend, maar 1:15 die kinders was nie die keer saam met u gewees. As dit die korrekte boodskap of iets die ding wat u gesê het.
But your evidence was that your children were with
Just
you.
answer. Did you understand the question?
En die vraag verstaan.
Kan u dit net my weer herhaal asseblief?
Can you please repeat it?
Still about the message.
The message that you wanted to convey through the information that you gave the advocate who took your statement. He talks to you, you tell him something. He writes it down. He reads it back to you. That's when he asked you, was this correct? And you said yes. Now, what I'm putting to you is that the message in paragraph 1 to 12, what can one see there is nothing is mentioned of the child or children, and anybody reads it will assume and be sure that no children were with you when you went to Kelly's house in the morning. Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
Wat u vir meneer van Tone gesê het nie, hy is 'n advokaat. Die ding wat u is 'n verklaring.
It was actually recorded by Captain Lombard, but Advocate van Tonder assisted the witness and he was present at the time representing the witness when the statement was.
Die tyd is 'n verklaring genoem was nie. U probeer meneer advokaat van Tonder was teenwoordig. Maar die persoon wat die verklaring neergeskryf het, Lombard, nee. U het gepraat van paragraaf 1 na paragraaf 12 toe. Daar's geen melding van kinders nie. Maar op paragraaf 13, kwart 2, u sê dat u het na Kelly's huis toe gegaan en hierdie keer is die kinders saamgegaan. Of u is die kinders saamgeneem. Nou, op hierdie dag, op bladsy 16, toe word u gevra, is die gelukkig met wat in nou staan en so, wat is so geskryf, so die dit oorgedraai, u antwoord ja. So die advokaat sê in ander woorde, as enige persoon dit lees van paragraaf 1 na 12 toe, 'n mens sal sê dat die kinders die eerste keer op die oggend, hulle was nie saam, maar kwart voor 2, hulle het saam met die hierdie keer na Kelly's huis gegaan. Dit is wat die advokaat vraag.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But now, and I stand corrected, my lord, but Captain Lombard being the...
It's Captain Lombard with 1A.
Yes.
And the witness is Lombard with
Yes.
a double A.
Yes. I stand corrected. I just missed it.
Yeah.
He's the commissioner who took the...
He was the scribe.
He's the scribe, yes.
And he took us to a page earlier on, one of the pages at the end, that suggests that how the statement was taken, and I'm just drawing an inference that he took notes and then he compiled the statement, because he says that at the end of the taking of the statement and the notes were read to the witness. And then he asked those questions that you asked.
Thank you, Mark. But we know what I'm putting to you now. We know from your evidence this morning, if that was truthful, that you said both your children went with you the morning from your house to Kelly's house.
Ons het van u se getuienis afsê vir die tyd wat u getuig het en dat die u se kinders was saam gewees die oggend na Kelly se huis toe, as het waar was.
My Lord, kan u my verskoon, dit was my fout gewees vanoggend is morgen, wat ek nog gesê het, my kinders was saam met my gewees.
My Lord, cannot give me said that it was my fault, but my children was
I just want to get an understanding of the answer. Are you saying that it was your mistake this morning by saying that the kids were with you?
Ek wil vir u verstaan. Sê u dat dit was u se fout gewees om te sê dat die kind was saam met u?
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Does that mean that the children were not with you in the morning?
Beteken dat die kind was nie saam met u gewees in die oggend?
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
But that was then not the first time that you made that mistake.
Dan dit was nie die eerste keer wat u dit daardie fout gemaak het.
Because in your evidence in chief, that was when the prosecutor led you.
Want die tyd wat die aanklaer vir u vrae gevra het,
That was last week.
dit was laas week gewees.
You also said the kids were with you in the morning.
U het ook gesê dat die kinders was saam gewees die oggend.
In fact, it was not only on those two occasions that you told us that.
En dit was nie net op daardie kere wat u dit vir ons gesê het nie, gedoen het nie.
So you told us on Friday afternoon
Jy het ons vir ons Vrydag gesê
that you went around to Kelly, you took the children's with you.
en jy het genoem dat u het na Kelly toe gegaan en u die kinders saamgeneem.
Can you remember that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my Lord.
That was when the prosecutor got very tired.
En dit is die keer wat die aanklaer genoeg was.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
And you were jumping around on different trends in your evidence because you were jumping to when you were arrested much later.
Jy het dit van een punt na 'n ander punt gegaan en die tyd wat u gearresteer was.
And I understand everybody was tired, so I adjourned the court.
Verstaanbaar dan almal was moeg geweest, dit is nie gestop nie.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my Lord.
Because
That's correct.
I made a note of the children.
Ek het nota gemaak van die kinders.
Then we resumed on Monday. Then we went back to the morning of the 18th.
Ons het dan maandag gegaan, die 18de, die oggend.
And you repeated the issue of the children
En
with you in the morning.
En u het weer eens herhaal van die kinders se storie, dat die kinders was met u gewees die oggend.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Then earlier today, Mr. Harmsa asked you about that.
My Lord,
En vroeger ook dit.
I'm saying to the witness, earlier today you asked her about that, about the children.
twice, at least twice.
I'm getting there. Can you recall that?
En vanoggend ook by die harmsy vir u 2 keer gevra oor dit van die kindse storie van die ongelukkige is aangeneem.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And we spent the last almost 3/4 of an hour on the same point.
Ons het omtrent 'n rukkie gebly op daardie selfde punt, op daardie een punt.
And now suddenly you're telling me, but you made a mistake. But you've made the mistake at least 4 times.
No,
And it took 45, almost, it's 44 minutes
no,
to get the concession out.
no, ek wil sê dat u het ook aan fout gemaak en dit nou 4 keer u het fout gemaak as ons nou kyk en ons het ook 'n rukkie gebly op dieselfde punt.
Are you still with me?
As u nog steeds aan my?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you have any explanation for this?
Het u enige verduideliking van dit?
My lord, ek weet nou nie hoe om vir my lord te kan verduidelik, maar soos ek weet nie, ek voel jammer, ek voel seer, omdat ek nou vir my lord nou.
My lord, I don't know how to explain this, but I'm sorry, my lord, and for that. My lord, I see the witness is shaking and she's getting emotional, my lord.
Do you want a moment? Ms. Lombard, do you need some time?
And will you take the phone?
It's 1:45. I will take 15 minutes. I will come back at 2 o'clock.
Ons gaan terug na die polisie.
The situation is as follows. I had a discussion with counsel in chambers. I was in at the facility on standby, coming that the witness is receiving medical attention. The witness will be treated. We can't proceed today. So we're going to postpone the matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. If the witness is in a condition that she can proceed, we will proceed with the 204 witness. I've asked the prosecution in chambers to have a contingency plan in the event that we can't proceed with this witness, so that we have a backup witness to proceed with tomorrow. We anticipate that if we can't proceed with this witness, that we might do the evidence of, is it Colonel Morris, tomorrow, dealing with videos and social media, items like that. It's one of those things that happen in a criminal trial, and we just have to manage and plan around it. So, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Ryn, Malmesbury, Correctional Center, Ms. Smith, Langebaan, Saps. Court will adjourn till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.